As-Safadiyyah by Imam Ibn Taymiyyah, died 1328 CE. Translation by Muhammad Al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. And there is no power and no strength save in God, the Most High, the Tremendous. Sheikh, Imam, scholar, and most erudite authority. Sheikh al-Islam, the one who remained as a living legacy in his age, the exemplar of those who came after, Taqi al-Din Abul Abbas Ahmad, son of the Sheikh, the Imam, the scholar Shihab al-Din Abd al-Halim, son of the Sheikh, the Imam, the most learned authority Majd al-Din Abd al-Salam Ibn Taymiyyah, may God be well pleased with him and grant him his good pleasure, was asked about a Muslim man who says, "The miracles of the prophets, God's blessings and peace be upon them, are merely psychic powers. Give us a legal answer, and may you be rewarded." He replied, "All praise is due to God alone, the sustainer of all the worlds." 1-2. This statement, namely the saying of one who claims that the miracles of the prophets, God's blessings and peace be upon them, are merely psychic powers, is false. Indeed, it is unbelief. Its author is to be called to repentance, and the truth is to be made clear to him. If, after the decisive proof of the sacred law has been established against him, he persists in this belief, he has become an unbeliever. And if, after being called to repentance, he persists in openly proclaiming it, he is to be put to death. It is the doctrine of a faction among the philosophers and the Karamita, the Batiniyah, and the Ismailiyah and their like Ibn Sabin and those akin to him, the authors of the epistles of the Brethren of Purity, the Ubaidiyah who were in Egypt, of the Hakimiyah and their likes. These people used to display an outward allegiance to Shi'ism, while inwardly they were atheists, and they are called the Karamita, the Batiniyah, and other such names. The household of Ibn Sina were among the followers of these people. His father and his grandfather were of those who belonged to their missionary call. Because of that, he entered into the doctrines of the philosophers. For these people make a show of following the religions, while claiming that religion has an inner meaning that contradicts its outward sense. Then, within this missionary path, they stand on ranks and levels, and among them are those who reach the greater proclamation and the supreme namus, like the Karamita of Bahrain, the followers of Al-Janabi, the people of Alamut, and Sinan, who was in Syria, and those like them. They do not believe in the obligation of the 5 prayers, nor alms, nor fasting the month of Ramadan, nor pilgrimage to the ancient house, nor do they hold forbidden what God and his messenger have forbidden, wine, games of chance, fornication, and other than that. And they claim that these texts have an interpretation and an inner sense that runs counter to the outward meaning known to the Muslims. Thus, prayer, in their view, is the knowing of their secrets. Fasting is the concealing of their secrets. Pilgrimage is the visiting of their sheikhs, and the like of this. And they may even say that these obligations fall away for the elect, to the exclusion of the common people. As for the revealed texts concerning the life to come, and the names of God, and his attributes and his angels, their pretensions in these matters are wider still and more unrestrained. A group among those affiliated with Sufism and dialectical theology have entered into many of their sayings, whether in the sciences or in the sciences joined to deeds. And the discourse of Ibn Arabi and Ibn Sabin, and the like of them among the atheists who masquerade as Sufis, returns in essence to the doctrine of these people. These atheists, among the philosophers, the Karamita, and those who agree with them, say that prophethood has 3 distinguishing properties. Whoever possesses them is a prophet. and in their view, prophethood does not come to an end. Rather, God sends after every prophet another prophet, perpetually. Many of them also say that it is something acquired. And Al-Suhrawardi, the one who was killed, used to seek to become a prophet. And likewise, Ibn Sabin used to seek to become a prophet. And they used to learn of sorcery and alchemy, that by which they could twist the perceptions of those upon whom they would cast confusion. The first property, that he possess a holy faculty, namely the power of intuitive grasp, by which he attains knowledge with an ease that others do not attain, except through severe strain. They may express this by saying that he apprehends the middle term without needing what those unlike him need. The upshot of it is simply that he is more astute than others, and that knowledge comes more readily to him than it does to others. The second property, the power of imagination and inward sense, such that what he knows within himself takes on a form for him. He sees it and hears it. Thus he beholds within himself luminous forms. These, in their view, are God's angels, and he hears within himself voices. These, in their view, are God's speech. It is of the same kind as what a sleeper experiences in his dream, and of the same kind as what some practitioners of spiritual discipline experience, and of the same kind as what occurs to some rejected persons who suffer seizures. They say, what the messengers have told of the matters of divinity and the last day is only imaginative depiction and dub examples, parables coined for effect, rather than reports of realities as they truly are. The third property, that he possess a psychic power by which he acts upon the primal substrate of the world, just as the sorcerer has a psychic power by which he produces an effect in the eye. And they claim that the breaking of customary norms shown by prophets and saints belongs to this pattern. The root of their affair is this: they do not affirm for the Maker of the world any will or choice or power by which he is able to change the world and transform it from state to state. Indeed, even their leading authorities do not affirm that he knows the detailed conditions of the world. Rather, among them are those who say he knows nothing, and among them are those who say he knows only himself, and among them are those who say he knows particulars only in a universal mode. This is Ibn Sina's preference, and it is the most corrupt of their doctrines, along with the contradiction and depravity embedded in it. For everything that exists outside the mind is a determinate, particular existent. Universals become universal only in minds, not in external realities. And the very self of the Maker is an existent, necessary, determinate being. He is not a universal. Likewise, what they claim to proceed from him, such as the celestial spheres, the intellects and the souls they posit, if he knew only universals, he would not know himself, nor what proceeds from him, nor the spheres. Moreover, nothing exists except what is particular. So if he knew only universals, he would know nothing at all of existing things. They say he is a complete cause that necessarily entails its effect, and the world is born of him as a necessary birth, such that it cannot be separated from him, since the complete cause necessarily entails its effect. Their claim that souls and intellects are caused by him and begotten of him is a greater unbelief than the saying of the Arab idolaters who said that the angels are God's daughters. God, exalted is he, says, and yet they ascribe to God, as partners, the jinn, although he has created them, and they invent for him sons and daughters without any knowledge. Limitless is he in his glory, exalted above all that they attribute to him. 6:100. These philosophers say, the intellect is like the male, and the soul is like the female. Both, in their view, are begotten of God Most High. Those others used to say that he created the angels by his will and his power, and that he is the Lord of the heavens and the earth. But these people say, the intellects, those which some of them who outwardly profess Islam call angels, are caused, generated from God. He did not create them by his will and his power, and they say, they are the Lord of the world. Thus, in their view, the first intellect originated everything other than God. The second originated everything other than God and other than the first intellect, until the matter ends at the 10th intellect, the example attached to the sphere of the moon. And they say it originated what is beneath the sphere. It is, in their view, the originator of all that is under the sky, air and clouds, mountains, animals, plants and minerals. And from it flows revelation and knowledge to prophets and to others. And the address that Moses heard was, in their view, only within himself, not outwardly. It was an overflow that overflowed upon him from this active intellect. And among them are those who say, it is Gabriel. Since the foundation of their doctrine is that the Maker of the world cannot change the world, and possesses neither power nor choice to direct it from state to state, they wanted to ascribe all events to natural causes, so that their doctrine might run on in one line and be saved from contradiction. Yet it is itself a corrupt saying, contradictory in its very substance. For we witness events that occur, such as the motions of the stars and the rising of the sun and the moon, and such as rain and clouds and the blowing of winds, and the coming to be of animals, plants and minerals, and other events besides. So if the foundation of their doctrine is that the Maker is a necessary agent by his very essence, that he is an eternal complete cause necessarily entailing his effect, and that none of his effects can lag behind him, since the complete cause necessarily entails its effect, and the necessary by essence agent is one whose very essence necessarily entails what it produces and requires, then it cannot be permissible for anything of what it necessitates and causes to be delayed after him. For this reason they asserted the eternity of the world, and this is their greatest proof for the eternity of the world. They said, because an originated thing, after it had not been, must have an originated cause. Otherwise, one of the two sides of the merely possible would be preferred over the other, without any preferring factor. Then the argument about that originated cause is the same as the argument about what came before it. So it leads to an infinite regress, which is impossible by the agreement of rational thinkers. Indeed, it leads to an impossible circularity, unlike that regress about which there is dispute. As for the existence of events forever, without beginning and without end, among Muslims and others there are three views. It was said, it is permissible unconditionally. This is the view of the leading authorities of the Sunnah and Hadith, and of the foundational masters of philosophy. But the Muslims and all other followers of religions and the great majority of rational people among all groups affirm, everything other than God is created, originated after it had not been, even if among them are those who speak of the everlasting continuity of events, one after another. And it was also said, it is not permissible, neither in the past nor in the future. This is the view of Imam Ibn Safwan and Abul Hudayl al-Alaf, and it was said, it is permissible in the future, but not in the past. This is the view of most of the followers of Jam and Abul Hudayl among the Jahmiyyah, and likewise the Mu'tazila, the Ash'ariyah and the Karamiyyah, and those who agree with them. As for an infinite regress of causes, or of agents, or of whatever belongs to the completion of the agent or to the completion of the efficient cause, this is impossible by the agreement of all rational minds. It is like saying, the agent of the world has an agent, and that agent has an agent, and so on without end. Such a regress is agreed to be impossible, and we have set forth the rational proofs for its impossibility elsewhere. Likewise, if it is said, every originated event must have an originated cause, and that cause must have an originated cause, then, if by this one means a specific individual event, it entails an infinite regress in what completes the act of agency. And if one means the kind or genus of events, it entails the impossible circularity. Circularity is of two kinds. One of them is antecedent, sequential circularity, and this is impossible by the agreement of all rational minds, such as when one says, this can only be after that, and that can only be after this. This is impossible by the agreement of all rational minds, and mere imagining it suffices to know that it is impossible. For a thing cannot be before its own being, nor can its being lag behind its own being. Thus, if one were to say a thing does not exist except after it exists, this would be impossible. So what then if it is said, it is only after that, and it is also said, that is only after this? For then it follows that it would be before itself, and after itself. And so the impossible circularity would be entailed 4 times over. For if it is said, this can only be after that, then that is before this. And if it is said, that can only be after this, then this is after that, not before it. It would then follow that this can only be before that which is before this, and that that can only be before this which is before that. Thus that before that becomes 2, and this before this becomes 2. For this reason, all rational minds agree on the impossibility of this. As for conjunctive collective circularity, it is like saying, this can only be together with that, neither before it nor after it. This is permissible, as when it is said, fatherhood is only with sonship, or it is said, the Lord's attributes that are inseparable from him are only with his essence, and his knowledge is with his life, and his power is with his knowledge, and the like of this. So, if it is said, the genus of originated events comes to be only by an originated cause, the meaning would be that nothing of the events can occur unless an event occurs. Hence, no originated event among events can occur at all unless it is preceded by an originated event. Yet the preceding event, if it is made to come after this event, and all events are made to be after it, would entail that something is before itself. But if it is said, a particular originated event does not occur unless an originated event occurs, and then that originated event does not occur unless an originated event occurs, then this may be understood in 2 ways. If one says an originated event does not occur unless there is an originated event before it, then this is an infinite regress in the succession of effects, and among the Muslims there are 3 views on it. The disagreement here is not between the followers of religions and others, as many people imagine. Rather, it is within the followers of religions themselves, indeed within the leaders of the followers of religions. The people of the Sunnah and Hadith even carry this debate into God's words and acts, and they say, the Lord has never ceased to speak whenever he wills, and God's words are, in their view, enduring, eternal in kind. They have never ceased, and they will never cease, from everlasting to everlasting. We have already unfolded this together with what belongs with it, elsewhere, and we have mentioned something of what the leading Imams of the Sunnah and Hadith have said on this matter. As for what many theologians relate about the followers of religions, Muslims, Jews and Christians, namely that God was, from all eternity, absolutely not speaking and not doing anything. And then whatever occurred of speech and created effects occurred without an originated cause. This is a statement that none of God's books ever uttered, neither the Qur'an, nor the Torah, nor the Gospel, nor the Psalms. Nor has this been transmitted from any of God's prophets. Nor did any of the companions of our prophet, God's blessings and peace be upon him, say it, nor those who followed them in excellence. Rather, what the books and the messengers have proclaimed is that God is the creator of all things, and that everything besides God, of celestial spheres and angels and all else, is created and originated, coming to be after it had not been, preceded by the absence of its very self. And there is nothing co-eternal with God that precedes him in the world, neither celestial spheres nor angels, whether these are called intellects and souls or are not so called. And the hadith in Sahih al-Bukhari from Imran ibn Hussein, from the Prophet, God's blessings and peace be upon him. When the delegation of Yemen came to him, they said, "We have come to you to gain understanding in religion, and to ask you about the beginning of this matter." He said, "God was, and there was nothing before him, and his throne was upon the water, and he wrote all things in the remembrance, and he created the heavens and the earth." We have already mentioned its wordings and its chains, and we have mentioned the other hadith narrated by Muslim in his Sahih from Abdullah ibn Amr, from the Prophet, God's blessings and peace be upon him, that he said, "God decreed the measures of created beings 50,000 years before he created the heavens and the earth, and his throne was upon the water." And the other hadith, which Muslim also narrated in his Sahih, from Abu Huraira, from the Prophet, God's blessings and peace be upon him, that he used to say, "You are the first, there is nothing before you, and you are the last, there is nothing after you, and you are the manifest, there is nothing above you, and you are the hidden, there is nothing beyond you. Relieve us of debt, and spare us from poverty." And we mentioned that the hadith of Imran was narrated by Al-Bukhari in 3 places, with 3 expressions. In one place, God was, and there was nothing before him. And in another place, and there was nothing with him. And in another place, and there was nothing besides him. And the sitting was one. It is inconceivable that the Prophet, God's blessings and peace be upon him, said only one of the 3. It has been established that he said, "There is nothing before you," and the other 2 expressions were narrated in meaning. And in any case, we have made clear that what the Prophet, God's blessings and peace be upon him, intended was to answer the people of Yemen concerning what they asked. The commencement of the creation of this world, which was created in 6 days, and God's throne was upon the water before that. And God decreed the measures of this world before creating it by 50,000 years. What is intended here is that when it is said, "An originated event does not occur unless an originated event occurs," this may be meant in 2 ways. One is to say, an originated event does not occur unless there is an originated event before it. This is a well-known dispute. The second is to say, an originated event does not occur unless there is an originated event together with it, on the claim that it is impossible for an originated event to occur without an originated cause, because an agent does not act after not having acted, except due to the occurrence of an originated cause. This would entail that nothing originated can ever proceed from the eternal at all. For if at any time an originated event were to occur without an originated cause, the universal proposition would be overturned, and thus it would follow that he should never do anything at all. And if he did, it would entail preferring one of two equal possibilities without any preferring factor. This argument has confounded many among the people of dialectical theology and speculative reasoning, until many of them said, "The one who has power gives preference to one side of what lies within his power without any preferring factor." And others said likewise, "The eternal will itself is what gives preference to one of two equals over the other." And we draw attention to what makes the corruption of their statement known, and to the answer to their argument. We have elaborated on this in its proper places. Thus it is said, if the Maker were eternal, necessitating by his very essence, and an eternal complete cause, it would follow that nothing of what he necessitates, and what is caused by him, could be delayed beyond him, as they have mentioned. For if the delayed effect's complete cause existed in pre-eternity, it would necessarily be pre-eternal and not delayed. But if its complete cause didn't exist, then its complete cause came to exist after it had not been, whether the originated event is a condition among the conditions for the completion of the cause or something else. Then the discussion about the cause of that cause is like the discussion about the cause whose effect this is. Hence it follows that no event among events has a complete cause in pre-eternity. And this is entailed by their doctrine. There is no escape from it, for the complete cause necessarily entails its effect. Therefore, an originated event cannot have its cause complete in pre-eternity. It thus follows that no event among events is originated from the complete cause that is the necessary existent. At that point, either events occur by themselves, this is known to be false by necessity, and they themselves concede its falsity, or events occur from some other agent besides the one who is necessary in himself, and then that agent has an agent. And if that agent is not necessary in himself, then he too has an agent. And the discussion about the origination of events from him is like the discussion about the first. But if he is necessary in himself, then the discussion about him is like the discussion about that necessary one. If he is a complete cause, it would follow that no originated event proceeds from him. And if he is not a complete cause, then their doctrine of the necessitating by essence is nullified. Thus, the corruption of their doctrine becomes clear in every case. The furthest reach of what they say is that they say every originated event is conditioned by an originated event before it, and events are corrupting factors and conditions for the effusion from the necessary one in himself. And they say the motion of the celestial sphere is the cause of events and changes. So it is said to them, suppose it were so. Still, successive events, whether they are a continuous motion or something else, if they proceed only from a complete cause, then they must accompany the complete cause. For the complete cause must have its effect accompanying it. And the necessary one in himself has what he necessitates accompanying him. Hence the effect does not lag behind its cause, and whatever is delayed is not its effect. Thus nothing among events is its effect. And if they say the occurrence of the first is what prepared for the occurrence of the second, it is said to them, the discussion about the occurrence of the first event is like the discussion about the occurrence of the second event. Thus, the first event, which is the condition of the second, cannot be proceeding from a complete pre-eternal cause. Rather, its complete cause can only be originated, whether the event is the whole or some of its parts and conditions. This is something they themselves acknowledge, while it is in fact a clear truth. Therefore, it becomes certain that no event among events has a complete pre-eternal cause. So, if the first origin, the maker of the world, is a complete pre-eternal cause, and nothing among events has a complete pre-eternal cause, then nothing among events proceeds from him, and so no event would have any agent or originator. This is the utmost limit of ignorance, negation, and sophistry, and they admit its corruption. So, if they say, this particular event today occurs only under conditions, among which is that it is only now that its complete cause has become complete at this specific time. For once the complete cause is complete, its effect does not lag behind it, it is said to them. Then it follows that the completion of the complete cause for what occurs on this specific day occurred only on that day. And then the completion of the cause for another event on that specific day also occurred on that day. Hence it must be that its cause, or the completion of its cause, was originated on that specific day. And so on, step after step. Thus it follows that every event's cause became complete only at the moment it occurred. From this it follows that their doctrine is invalid from several angles. One of them is this: if nothing among events has a complete pre-eternal cause, but rather only acquires a complete cause at the moment it occurs, then their doctrine is invalid. For if nothing among events has a complete pre-eternal cause, then nothing among events proceeds from the necessitating by essence, who is a complete pre-eternal cause. So know that the origination of events is not itself a complete cause for its effect in pre-eternity, and this is what is sought. Whoever ponders this passage with understanding and grasps from it their method will know that it shows of necessity the corruption of their doctrine. And the more one varies the expressions that point to it, the more clarity and force it gains. It is known that to say that the originator who necessitates by essence is a complete pre-eternal cause, while also saying that successive events proceed from him, is to combine two opposites. For the complete cause must have its effect accompanying it, and not lagging behind it. And whether it is said that the celestial sphere proceeded from him without any intermediary, as one group of them claims, or it is said that it proceeded from him through the first intellect, as another group claims, still they say that the mover of the celestial sphere is the soul, through the ever-renewed conceptions and longing wills that arise in it. So it is said, these originated matters, whether they are motions or wills or conceptions, must have something that brings them into being. And the complete cause, pre-eternal, fully sufficient, necessarily entailing its effect in pre-eternity, requiring that its effect accompany it, is itself the maker and creator in pre-eternity, and its effect in pre-eternity. Therefore, none of these motions, volitions, and conceptions can be an effect of it, since they are originated. They cannot be something that entails it, nor something active, nor something that prepares, for it is impossible for events to proceed from a complete pre-eternal cause. This makes it certain that their claim of the world's pre-eternity is false. It also becomes clear that everything other than God Most High is originated after having not been. For the pre-eternal effect can proceed only from a being that entails, by its very essence, one called necessitating. And this is the complete pre-eternal cause that necessarily entails its effect. If anything in the world were pre-eternal, the existence of that complete pre-eternal cause would have to be affirmed. Yet affirming it is impossible, since it would follow, necessarily, that no events could have an agent, neither through an intermediary nor without one, for events do not occur except through a complete pre-eternal cause. Thus, everything other than God must be accompanied by something among events, or events occur within it. And whatever is accompanied by something among events, or within which events occur, cannot proceed from a complete pre-eternal cause, since its proceeding without events from the agent is impossible, for events must come from the agent. Hence, the pre-eternity of anything in the world necessitates affirming an ancient cause for it, and affirming that ancient cause necessitates that events have no agent at all, whether it is said that that ancient cause is what events accompany, or that what occurs within events proceeds from it. Either way, it follows, on their own premises, that events have no agent, because events cannot proceed from the complete pre-eternal cause. And if anything in the world were pre-eternal, that would necessitate affirming the ancient cause, and affirming that would necessitate that events have no agent. This necessary consequence is false by necessity, and therefore the consequence itself is false. And if the consequence is false, we invalidate what entails it, namely, that nothing in the world is pre-eternal. The second aspect, that their doctrine entails the existence of causes and effects without end, and they themselves concede the corruption of this. And its corruption is known by decisive proofs, as we have explained elsewhere. We have also shown that all effects are possible. Their existence does not require that there be no end to them. And positing endless non-terminating things is no different from positing finite non-terminating things, or things impossible of existence. So if one posits endless causes and effects, that is like positing endless non-existent things. There is no existent reality in it. And what is non-existent cannot be an originator or an agent for what exists. There is no dispute among rational minds about this. But some later writers raised doubts here. Yet we have made their corruption clear elsewhere, just as Al-Amrani and Al-Abari and others raised them. And among people are those who imagined that discourse on the finitude of causal agents stands in the same place as discourse on the finitude of effects, as a group among the theologians and dialecticians imagined. Then some of these said, if the finitude of effects does not constitute a proof of its corruption, then likewise the finitude of causes is not a proof. This is the very path Abu Hamid followed in refuting the philosophers in The Incoherence of the Philosophers. He made their doctrine of allowing events with no first require allowing endless causes. And many among the leading theologians of the Mu'tazila, and those who agree with them among the Ash'ariyah and the Karamiyah, and those who agree with them among the jurists of the four schools, Maliki, Shafi'i, Hanbali and Hanafi, when they tried to distinguish between the two kinds, relied, when denying regress in causal agents and in effects, on well-known approaches, many of which are corrupt. So much so that a man among them will establish some of these approaches in one book only to invalidate it in another, just as Abu Abdullah ibn al-Khatib and the like do, establishing it in a book, the 40 and the like. He sets out approaches to invalidate events without end, and he invalidates them in the Eastern investigations and their like. Thus Abul Hasan al-Amidi made clear the corruption of these approaches in general, and he adopted an approach weaker than them. Likewise, Abu Thana al-Abari found fault with what was said generally in the chapter of the 40, and all of this is unfolded in its proper place. What is meant here is that regress in causal agents is false by the agreement of rational minds. As for the objection mentioned, it is that they said, if each of the causal agents is possible, it is not permissible that the whole be possible, according to those who say each and every event is originated, while the kind itself is pre-eternal and successive. For the ruling about the whole is either like the ruling about the individuals, or it is not. If it is like the ruling about the individuals, then it follows that the kind of events comes to be. And this is what many theologians say, and it is what Abul Hasan al-Basri and those like him relied upon. And they said, if each one of the Zanj is black, then all are black. But the opponents answer them by saying, the single one among 10 is not 10, and a single part of a dome or a house is neither a dome nor a house, and some of what is called a human being is not itself a human being. So those who found problematic what was said about the invalidity of regress in causal agents, like Al-Amidi and Al-Abari, say, thus it is permissible that each one of the causes be possible, while the totality is not possible. Thus these inquiries connected to the foundations of religion and knowledge have become unsettled among the leading philosophers and theologians. And the decisive word in this chapter is to say, the combining of an individual with something other than itself either makes it necessary that there be something whose ruling differs from the ruling of those individuals, or it does not. If there is nothing whose ruling differs from the ruling of the individuals, then the ruling of the whole is the ruling of the individuals. And if there is something whose ruling differs from the ruling of the individuals, then the ruling of the whole need not be the ruling of the individuals. First example, one non-existent together with another non-existent. Joining one to the other does not bring it out of being non-existent. Likewise, joining the necessary to the necessary and the possible to the possible. Likewise, joining an existent to an existent does not take it out of being existent, unless, of course, two contraries are joined. Second example, the parts of a human being and other animals, and the parts of a house and a city and the like. Joining some of these to some makes it necessary that the whole become an animal, a house, and a city. Likewise, the units of 10 and 1,000. By being joined, 10 becomes 10, and 1,000 becomes 1,000. And likewise, all composites. By being joined, there arises in them a structure that is not obtained by the individuals alone. And likewise, the parts of the long object, such as the lasting, the extended, the great, and the tremendous, and the like. It is not called long, nor lasting, nor extended, nor great, nor tremendous, except when those parts come together. So, by their coming together, a ruling, distinct from the individual's ruling, is established. When this has been made clear, then, if there are possible causal agents that have no existence in themselves, yet each of them needs a causal agent, then they do not, by being joined to one another, pass from being possible and needy into something other than that. Rather, the more they become, the greater their need and dependence becomes. Just as when you add one non-existent to another, non-existence only increases. So if one posits endless causes, each of which is an effect or an agent that is acted upon, so that all of them are causal agents brought into being by others, and each of them is possible in itself, needing another that brought it into being, then there is nothing among them that exists by itself. And if one posits their endlessness, that is even more emphatic for need and dependence upon something that exists in itself. And the more numerous the possibles that are, in themselves, non-existent, except through the existence of something else, the more their multitude and endlessness cannot take them out of being possible dependent upon something else. And if they have no originator, they are non-existent. Indeed, the whole is dependent on every single individual. And if every individual is possible, the whole that depends on each individual is even more deserving of being possible. Thus it becomes clear that it is impossible that there be endless causes and effects. That is, it is impossible that there be lords each of whom is worshipped, or high beings each of whom is acted upon, and causal agents each of whom is influenced by something else. All of this is known to be impossible by necessity, once the matter is properly conceived, just as all rational minds agree. And this is what makes clear that all possibilities and all events have an originator who exists in himself, outside them all. This also clarifies the continuity of events and their succession in the past or in the future. For the fact that any single one of them is not permanent, remaining and continuous does not entail that the kind itself is not permanent, remaining and continuous. For joining one to another necessitates multiplicity, which is not found in the one. And that which is permanent, remaining, enduring, extended and abundant does not require that every single one of its individuals be permanent, long-lasting, extended and abundant. This draws attention to the difference between the two kinds. If that is so, then their claim that the world is pre-eternal necessitates regress in causal agents, is corrupt by necessity and by agreement, and they concede the impossibility of regress in causal agents. But those who speak as they do here say, the regress is only in the conditions of the cause, not in the cause's very essence. So it is said to them, if this particular event depends on the condition of the cause, namely the completion of the cause, and when the cause becomes complete, its effect must accompany it and cannot lag behind it, then every originated thing must accompany the completion of its cause. And speech about the completion of the cause of an event is like speech about the event itself. Thus it becomes necessary that completions of causes succeed one another, and that the completion of every cause accompany its effect. Therefore, every event only comes about when its cause has become complete at the moment it occurs. And this completion means that the cause of its occurrence came about at the moment it occurred as well. Hence there must be a succession of completions that have no agent, and there is no difference between a succession of causes that are effects with no agent, and a succession of completions that are effects with no agent. Moreover, these successive completions cannot be proceeding from the complete pre-eternal cause, for that would entail that they accompany that cause, and it is not permissible that the pre-eternal complete cause be a complete cause for one of them in particular, since that requires it to have a specific originator, while what is one cannot be singled out without the other. So none of them can be singled out apart from another. Nor can anything among them be a complete cause for successive events, while the cause remains fixed in one and the same state. For the coming to be of a change from a complete cause that does not change is impossible. So if there is no originator except the complete pre-eternal cause, then the complete pre-eternal cause cannot give rise to an originated event. Hence it necessarily follows that events have an originator. Abu Abdullah al-Razi drew attention to this, but he did not make it fully clear. So al-Urmawi objected to him, because he did not grasp the reality of this entailment. He imagined a difference between the coming to be of the conditions of the cause and the coming to be of the cause's essence. Such a distinction is only valid if there is a reason requiring that the coming to be of the conditions of the cause, other than the cause itself, be suspended until other conditions occur due to something else. But as for that which is a complete cause for events, by definition its effect does not lag behind it. Its effect is not suspended on a condition other than itself, so its effect must accompany it. Therefore, an originated event cannot come from it. Know also that this is their pillar in claiming the world's pre-eternity, and it has become clear that it is self-contradictory, and that it is invalid. For the root of their claim is that the causal agent in the world must be complete, such that its effect does not lag behind it. And this meaning prevents any event from being originated by a condition, or without a condition. And Al-Razi answered that this argument entails regress in causes, an objection which is false. So Al-Urmawi objected to him in the chapter of the 40, saying, Al-Razi said in the 40, "Those who argue for the world's pre-eternity use it as their first proof, since there is no doubt that the possibles ultimately terminate in the chain of need at the necessary existent. So we say, everything without which the event's being is not complete is in that being an influencing factor in its bringing into existence. Either one says that it was present in pre-eternity, or that it was not present in pre-eternity. If everything without which influence cannot be complete was present in pre-eternity, then either its effect must accompany it, so that the effect's continuity becomes necessary by the necessity of its continuity, or else it must not accompany it, and then it is permissible for those effects not to exist. In that case, let us suppose the essence of the influencing factor, along with the totality of matters considered in influencing, in two states, a state together with the existence of those effects, and a state together with their non-existence. Then specifying that time by existence, rather than the other time, would either be due to something for whose sake it is specified, so that it would be first with respect to the existence of that effect, and otherwise it would not be so. If the first is so, then that specification considered in the influencing factor is what was present before that. And then everything without which influencing cannot be complete would be present in the influencing factor as it was present in pre-eternity, while we had supposed it present before that. This is a contradiction. And if the second were a preference for one of the equal ways of the possible without any preferring factor, and that is absurd. Thus, if we say that everything without which influencing cannot be complete was present in pre-eternity, and if we say that all of that was present in pre-eternity, and if we say that it had been continuously coming to be after having not been, then it is either in need of an influencing factor, or it is not. If it is not in need, then the possible has occurred without any preferring factor. And even if we confine our discourse to how those matters come to be, there still follows regress, and that is absurd. Al-Razi said, "This is the greatest pillar of the dispute." Then he mentioned answers by groups among the theologians on this issue, saying that they said the preferring factor kam bisar factor is will, and it was said the preferring factor is knowledge, and it was said the preferring factor is specifying the time of the event by a hidden wisdom, and it was said originating the world in pre-eternity is like this, because events as a whole exist after having been non-existent, and that entails that non-existence preceded them. And pre-eternity is nothing but the negation of being preceded by something else. So combining the two would be impossible. It was also said, the world before that moment was not even possible, rather it was impossible. Then, at that moment, it turned possible. And it was also said, the free, all-powerful agent is able to give preference to one of two possible alternatives over the other, without any preferring factor. Then he made clear, in summary, the corruption of these answers. For the upshot of them all is that everything without which the world's coming into being is not complete must have been present in pre-eternity. He clarified their corruption in detail in a manner that does not need to be repeated here. Then he said, "The answer is that you say, if what you have mentioned is sound, it follows that nothing at all can occur in the world of changes, for it would follow from the everlastingness of the necessary existent, eternally and everlastingly. And from the everlastingness of the first effect, and from the everlastingness of the first effect, and the everlastingness of the second effect, and so on from one rank to another, that nothing of change can occur in the world. And this is contrary to sensory experience." He said, if someone says, it is not permissible to say that the necessary existent, the one who is the universal effuser of existence, brings about the effect, except that the coming to be of the effect depends on the receptivity of the recipients, and the coming to be of these diverse receptivities in the recipients depends on celestial motions and astral conjunctions, and every one of those is preceded by another, without a first. This is the reason why change occurs in this world. He said, the answer is that we say, this determinate accident, if it occurs in this world, then it must in its occurrence either depend on a cause or not depend. If it does not depend, then the possible has occurred without a cause, and this is void by agreement. But if it depends on a cause, then that cause is either originated or pre-eternal. If it is originated, then the discourse about how it came to be is just as it was at the beginning. It leads to the existence of causes and cause things without any end all at once, and this is impossible. If the cause is pre-eternal, then one has ascribed an originated effect to a pre-eternal influencer. And if you grasp that, then there is no escape, in the whole world, from the like of that. Al-Urmawi objected to this answer, and to the one who said it, saying, if by cause you mean the complete cause, then its coming to be does not indicate the coming to be of the efficient cause. Rather, it indicates the coming to be of the cause itself, or the coming to be of some of its conditions. So, if by it you meant the efficient cause, it would not follow from the coming to be of the determinate accident that it came to be. Rather, its coming to be, or the coming to be of some conditions. And the coming to be of the conditions and the non-terminating preparations, succession in them is, in their view, permissible. He said, rather, the brilliant answer is that this does not entail the coming to be of the corporeal world, for it is permissible that there exist in pre-eternity an intellect or a soul from which successive conceptions proceed, each one after another until the last conception occurs, one that becomes a specific condition for the effusion of the corporeal world from the pre-eternal originator. I say, this answer which Al-Urmawi gave, he took it from the higher quest of Al-Razi, for he mentioned this answer there. Yet this answer is false, self-contradictory in itself, for it entails the existence of events with no first. And the theologians who affirmed the coming to be of bodies only affirmed it on the basis that events with no first are impossible. So if this principle is sound, the answer mentioned is void, and it would follow that the souls which successive conceptions arise within must themselves be originated, since they are events with no first. And if events with no first are permissible, as he mentioned in the brilliant answer, then the theologian's proof for the coming to be of bodies is invalid. At that point there is no difference between saying the pre-eternal is the soul and saying the pre-eternal is a body. Moreover, this answer is void from another angle. For souls, according to those philosophers who speak of the pre-eternity of bodies, cannot be separate from bodies. In their view, the soul must be attached to the body, governing and directing it. They disagreed about the celestial soul. Is it a substance or an accident? Most of them say it is an accident, but Ibn Sina and a group preferred that it is a substance. So if the existence of the soul, in which successive conceptions occur, is conditioned on the existence of the body, this answer collapses. As for intellects, they are, in their view, separate. They do not govern bodies, and no events, neither successive nor non-successive, occur in them. Furthermore, this answer includes two matters: permitting events with no first, on the claim that the prohibited regress is only in causal agents, not in effects and conditions. This is a purely theoretical issue, for it contradicts the foundations of Islam, and it also entails affirming intellects and souls, and that they are ancient and pre-eternal, and that originated creation is only bodies without intellects and souls. This is not the religion of any community among the people of faith. It is built upon affirming intellects and souls in the manner that the philosophers establish them, and that they are not bodies. Their discourse in this is, in the end, deeply corrupt in reason, as has been explained elsewhere. They only became confused about this because Al-Shahrastani, Al-Razi, Al-Amidi, and others among the later writers imagined that the theologians have no proof that denies the existence of these things, and that they did not mention any rational proof for them. The matter is not as they described. Rather, the disputants have affirmed it, like Al-Harimain and Abul Wafa ibn Aqil, and those before them, like Al-Qadi Abu Bakr, Abul Hassan al-Ash'ari, and Abu Hashim al-Jubba'i, and Abul Hussein al-Basri, and Muhammad ibn Karam, and Ibn al-Haysam, and Hisham ibn al-Hakam, and others. For proving what is known to be corrupt by the necessity of reason, and proving what cannot be proved except through what is itself known to be corrupt by the necessity of reason, whether in absolute terms for one group or in the realm of possibles for another, is something clarified in its proper place. And if Al-Urmawi had said this about the necessary existent himself, it would have been nearer to the religion of the messengers, for along with it one can say that everything besides God, glorified and exalted, is He, is created, originated. Yet it would entail that successive acts occur from the necessary existent by Himself. This is the view of the leading authorities among the people of Hadith, their majority, and groups among the theologians. And it is the view of the foundational masters among the ancient philosophers. It is thus a view among the leaders of religious communities and among the leaders of philosophy. In sum, there is dispute on this among the people of religions. It is possible with this view to be in agreement with the prophets, unlike what he mentioned. Also, Al-Razi and Al-Amidi have made clear the weakness of the proofs of those who deny it. Al-Razi even said that this follows necessarily for all communities. Then he affirmed that by a method that is itself also extremely weak, as has been explained in full elsewhere. So, if this is so, then the answer that is most sound in revelation and in reason is closer than the answer that is most corrupt in revelation and in reason. This is the discourse on Al-Urmawi's answer. As for Al-Razi's answer, and those who agree with him, it is sound, as we have mentioned. But he did not settle it, and did not explain it in a way that heals the soul. Thus, Al-Urmawi did not understand the reality of this answer. For if the complete influencer is pre-eternal, then the continuity of its effect follows from the continuity of the influencer. Therefore, nothing happens, and this is contrary to sensory experience. This answer alone, if one truly grasps it, is enough. For when it is said that the complete influencer is pre-eternal, and that its effects entail the impossibility of any effect at all coming to be, it necessarily follows that nothing happens. For the coming to be of events without something that brings them into being is impossible, and their coming to be from a complete influencer is impossible. As for the question he raised, it is answered as above, namely the statement of the one who says, "The influencer is perpetually effusing, but the occurrence of the effect from him is suspended on the occurrence of preparedness and conditions." This can only be said about an effect that depends on two things, such as fire, which depends on the preparedness of the substrate. So sapphire and sandalwood do not burn, and the like. And like the sun, whose shining is suspended on a receptive place, for that place is not something that proceeds from it, as they say. And similarly, they say, what flows from the active intellect, an imagined intellect, depends on conjunctions that occur through the motion of the celestial spheres, and the motion of the spheres above the lunar sphere does not depend on the effusion of the active intellect. This is what those who claim that effusion is suspended on the preparedness of recipients have spoken of. But it can only be valid if that preparedness is not itself among what proceeds from that necessary one. And this is not valid with regard to the necessary existent who is the originator of everything besides himself. For he is the agent of preparedness and conditions, just as he is the agent of what is effused upon them. He has no partner in acting or in originating ever. So if the one who says, "The necessary existent is the universal effuser, yet the occurrence of the effect from him depends on the preparedness of the recipients," it is said to them, "The preparedness of the recipients is itself among what overflows from him." Thus it becomes impossible to say, "He is the universal effuser for every possible." For if that were so, all possibilities would be pre-eternal. And if it is said, then why did the effusion of the event not come about? It is said, for the preparedness was delayed. If it is said, and what necessitated the delay of preparedness, it is said, for another preparedness was delayed. Al-Urmawi's statement that, in their view, it is permissible for conditions and non-terminating preparations to occur, but not due to an influencer that is complete in pre-eternity, and not due to an influencer without end. This does not remove their confusion. Rather, it entails what follows from the corruption of their claim that something in the world is pre-eternal. For if the succession of events and effects is permitted, it is impossible that there be a complete cause in pre-eternity for anything among them, because that would entail the existence of those events in pre-eternity, and that is the gathering of the two contradictions. And it is also impossible that something should come about from it thereafter, because it cannot occur until something occurs that makes it a complete cause for it. And the occurrence of anything among events from the pre-eternal complete cause, necessarily entailing its effect in pre-eternity, is impossible. But if they said, "The Lord, glorified and exalted is he, is not complete in act in pre-eternity, rather he brings about everything other than himself after it had not been," then this would agree with their principle in permitting succession of events, but it would invalidate the pre-eternity of any specific thing in the world, whether the celestial sphere or anything else. Their proof for pre-eternity was built on the claim that he is a complete influencer in pre-eternity. Once it is established that he is not a complete influencer for it, and it is not established that he is a complete influencer for anything else, their proof collapses, and nothing remains with them that proves a complete cause in pre-eternity. This invalidates their proof, even if the impossibility of a complete cause in pre-eternity had not been established. So what of it when that impossibility has been established? For it makes it necessary that nothing in the world is pre-eternal. Also, if he was not a complete influencer for events in pre-eternity, then, after his influence is suspended on something else, there must necessarily be an originator of the world, independent in originating it, to the exclusion of that other thing. And if that other thing were necessary, it would entail affirming two independent agents. And this is impossible by agreement, even though it does not, in itself, entail the pre-eternity of the world. Then, if each of them were independently acting, it would follow that each is an originator of all, and thus each would be an agent of all, and that is an impossible union of two opposites, and if one of them is not independently acting, because it needs the other and chooses it, then it is an agent and powerful only by the other. It then follows that this one is an agent and powerful only by that one, and that one is an agent and powerful only by this one. So the antecedent circularity becomes necessary. Hence, neither of them is an agent and powerful. All of this is accepted by all people. It has been unfolded elsewhere, so there is no need to belabor it here. And if that other were possible, then it would be an effect made, so its act would depend on what it is acted upon and what made it. Thus, its act in that possible would be like the act of another in it. Therefore, its act must not depend on something else. And if it is said its influence, after not having depended on something else, now depends on something else, then preferring without a preferring factor becomes necessary, and coming to be without a cause becomes necessary. And this is impossible in their view. Yet, if it were assumed sound, it would mean that events can happen, just as it would mean that conditions and preparations can come about, though the influencer is complete and pre-eternal, such that nothing of its effect is delayed at all, and the delay of effects is something observed by the senses. If it is said its readiness is permitted to be delayed, it is said what necessitated the delay of readiness. If it is said for another readiness, then it is the same. And Al-Urmawi's claim that in their view it is permissible for delayed conditions and preparations to occur, and that their coming about is not due to an influencer that is complete in pre-eternity, and not due to an influencer without end, since the complete pre-eternal influencer does not delay any of its effects, and that the delaying of effects is something observed, is not something that benefits them. Rather, it entails what follows from the corruption of their claim that something in the world is pre-eternal. For if the succession of events and effects is permitted, it becomes impossible that there be a complete cause in pre-eternity for anything among them, because that would entail the existence of those events in pre-eternity. This would combine the two contradictions, and it becomes impossible for something to occur from it thereafter, because it cannot occur until something occurs that makes it a complete cause for it. And the occurrence of something among events from the pre-eternal cause necessarily entailing its effect is impossible. But if they say the Lord, glorified and exalted is He, is not complete in act in pre-eternity. Rather, He brings about everything other than Himself after it had not been. Then this agrees with their principle in permitting the succession of events, but it invalidates the pre-eternity of any particular thing in the world, neither the celestial sphere nor anything else. And their argument for pre-eternity was built upon the claim that He is a complete influencer in pre-eternity. Once it is established that He is not a complete influencer for it, and it is not established that He is a complete influencer for anything else, their proof collapses. Nothing remains with them that establishes a complete cause in pre-eternity. This invalidates their proof, even if the impossibility of a complete cause in pre-eternity had not been established. So what of it when that impossibility is established? For if it is established, it makes it necessary that nothing in the world is pre-eternal. Once it is granted, On this supposition that no event occurred, their claim of the world's pre-eternity is undone. Thus it becomes clear that alongside the coming to be of events, it is impossible that there be in pre-eternity a complete, all-sufficient influencer. And if it is said, bringing the second into being is conditioned by the first, and so on without end, it is said, then it is not the case that the time in which a single event occurs is a time in which there exists a complete influencer. Rather, at every moment there must be some event through which its being a complete influencer is made complete. And if there is no moment among moments in which it is a complete influencer, then it is impossible to affirm a complete influencer whose influence does not depend on the occurrence of an event. And if the complete influencer is invalidated, the claim of the world's pre-eternity is invalidated. The clarification of this is found in their own words. They said, why should it not be permissible to say, the necessary existent is a universal effuser, yet the occurrence of the effect from him depends on the emergence of the receptacle's preparedness, and the emergence of these differing preparednesses in the receptacles depends on the motions of the celestial spheres and the conjunctions of the stars, and every event among these is preceded by another without a first. Hence, for this reason, change occurred in this world. It is said to them, if, in their view, the occurrence of the effect depends on the receptacle's preparedness, and the emergence of preparedness depends on those motions and conjunctions, then those motions and conjunctions are themselves events, just as preparednesses are events. And the discourse about the coming to be of these events is the same as the discourse about what is poured forth upon the lower receptacles. All of it is originated. Their argument entails that nothing should ever occur, because the complete influencer is everlasting from all eternity, and thus the continuity of his effects would have to be everlasting from all eternity and forever, and nothing of his effects could be delayed beyond him. If then, it is said, the second event is conditioned by the first, it is said the discourse concerns the coming to be of the first. For each of these events cannot proceed from a complete influencer existing from all eternity, for if it did, it would be co-eternal with him. Every one of these events must have its own influencer, or the completion of its influencer come into being. But in the complete influencer existing from all eternity, there is, by their own doctrine, nothing that necessitates the coming to be of anything at all. Therefore it follows that none of the events has any cause proceeding from him. And if it is said the motion of the celestial sphere is the cause of events, it is said the motion of the sphere cannot proceed from complete influencer in whom no events occur, for that would entail that an effect lags behind its complete cause, and that the factor that gives preference and the determinant of a thing lags behind the complete necessitating agent. Thus, the discourse about the coming to be of the sphere's motion is like the discourse about anything else. Whoever truly understands this passage knows of necessity the falsity of the people's doctrine, and that the essence of what they are saying is that movers and events come to be without an agent and without a cause that necessitates their coming to be. If they were to affirm of the first agent acts that do not arise in him one after another, and then say these are the cause of changes, that would accord with the possibility of bringing the world into being, and other than the world as well, and their foundational claim would collapse. As for the entailment that Al-Razi mentioned in the 40, it is sound, for he said the determinate accident either needs in its coming to be a cause, or it does not. The second is invalid by agreement. If it does need a cause, then if the cause is originated, it entails causes and effects without end, all at once. And if the cause is pre-eternal, it entails the permissibility of events proceeding from the pre-eternal, which nullifies their proof. As for Al-Urmawi's objection, his saying, if you mean by cause the complete cause, then its coming to be does not indicate the coming to be of the efficient cause. Rather, it indicates either its own coming to be or the coming to be of some of its conditions. It is said to him, suppose it is so. If by the coming to be of it he means the coming to be of the complete cause, and its coming to be does not hinge on the coming to be of the agent, but is satisfied by the coming to be of some conditions, then what answer remains for them here? And his saying, the coming to be of some conditions and successive preparations without end is permissible in their view. It said to him, suppose it is permissible in their view. Their permitting it does not prove the soundness of their doctrine, nor its possibility, nor the invalidity of what was stated. Rather, the coming to be of conditions and preparations is invalid for the same reason that the coming to be of the complete cause is invalid. Those originated conditions and preparations must have something that brings them into being. And if you say, its coming to be is suspended on the completion of the coming to be of the influence, it is said the discourse about the completion of those influences is the same as the discourse about every one of these events. If what necessitates its coming to be is itself originated, there follows an infinite regress of causes, and if it is pre-eternal, there follows the coming to be of events from the pre-eternal. And if it is said what necessitates its coming to be is the pre-eternal, with the condition of the originated, it is said, this, alongside your claim that the pre-eternal is a complete influencer, is false, because nothing comes to be from a complete influencer. Therefore, nothing of those conditions comes to be from it. Moreover, in your view, the cause must accompany its effect. It is neither prior to it nor posterior to it. So, if the pre-eternal influences the second on the condition that the first occurs, the cause is prior to the effect. By this very point Al-Razi argued, for he said, every event must have its complete cause present at the moment it occurs, even if some of its parts are prior. So if you make every event a part of the influencer in relation to another, or a condition within it, then that part of the cause and its condition belong to the completion of the complete cause. And this entails that those originated conditions exist at the moment every event occurs, and thus the subsequent events would have to exist together all at once, and this is impossible. In some, their doctrine, that the complete cause accompanies its effect, and that the first is a complete cause, entails that nothing occurs from the first. It also entails that the completion of the cause of every event occurs only at the moment the event occurs, so the completion of its cause is not prior to it. This contradicts their doctrine that the first event is a condition in the completion of the cause of the second, for the first is prior to the second, and what is prior to a thing cannot be a part of its complete cause. A human being may traverse a second distance on the condition that he first traverses the first. Yet he is not by that a complete cause for the first traversing, nor for the second. The complete cause for traversing the second exists only together with the second. It is the decisive will and the complete power, which did not come about except after the first traversing. If they say something like this regarding the necessary existent, they must admit that volitions become renewed for him. This is the doctrine of some of their later writers among the early and the late. Like those foundational masters who preceded Aristotle, or many of those masters, and like Abul Barakat, the author of Al-Muqtabar, and others. For he said, To say that the Lord Most High is an influencer in this world is not possible except with this doctrine. He said, transcending transcendence is obligatory, and exalting him beyond such exaltation is necessary. This doctrine nullifies their proof for the world's pre-eternity, and shows that he acts by his will and his power, deeds that come one after another, stage by stage. This is one of the two answers to Al-Urmawi's objection. The second answer is this. What Al-Razi says does not require the division, either you mean the complete cause, or you mean the agent. There is no need for this division, for the argument is sound, even if one sets that division aside. Among people are those who say, events occur only through a complete cause that necessitates their occurrence. This is the view of most people among theologians and philosophers and others. Most of these say, together with that, the factor that gives preference is the willing, powerful agent whose power and will entail the existence of that event, so that whenever God wills it is, and he knows what had not been. This is the doctrine of the people of the Sunnah who affirm divine decree, and who affirm that the world came to be. And among them are those who say, rather, his very essence necessitates the possibles without this. This is the doctrine of the eternalistic philosophers who speak of divinity. Their doctrine entails that nothing among events can ever occur, and this necessitating agent that they imagine exists only in the mind, not in external reality, like the one that they also imagined, and then said that only one proceeds from it. Among people are those who say, rather, for the coming to be of events, it is enough that there be a powerful agent who can act and refrain, who acts by choice, and that it is by power alone, or by power and will, or by power and two opposing motives, such that one of the two is preferred without any preferring factor. And among them are those who distinguish between the powerful and the necessitating. They say that the necessitating influencer influences only if it is complete, independent in relation to its effect, while the powerful may influence in a merely permissive manner. What is intended here is that what Al-Razi mentioned holds true on all these suppositions. For however one interprets the term influencer, the soundness of his answer remains possible. For this determinate event, such as a human being, a horse, a fruit, and other things that arise each day, must have an influencer. If that influencer is originated, then the discourse about the cause of its origination is the same as the first discourse, and it entails that there be influences without end, each influencing another. Or, if you wish, it entails causes and effects without end, all at once. Or, if you wish, it entails agents and those acted upon. Or, if you wish, it entails creators and created beings without end. Or, if you wish, it entails causes and caused things without end. Thus, in every case, if this is an event, it entails causes and effects without end, all at once. He said, all at once, because the supposition is that the one who brought this originated thing into being is himself originated, not pre-eternal. So, if it is said, why should it not be permissible that the maker of this is originated before it, and the maker of that is originated before it, and so on without end? It is said, because the agent must exist at the moment the act exists, and after the agent is absent, the act cannot exist. Likewise, the cause and the reason must exist at the moment the effect exists, and the cause is not present before it. And even if it were assumed that every agent has an agent before it, originated, this too would be impossible. It is impossible whether one says that the efficient causes exist altogether or that they come successively. Yet, since the proof has established that the cause must exist when the effect exists, not before it, this consequence was mentioned. If you want to make the impossibility clear on both suppositions, you say, this entails affirming non-existent causes and effects without end. This is impossible, whether you imagine them gathered together or coming one after another, because each of them has no existence from itself and can be self-sufficient only in non-existence. So if all of them are non-existent, acted upon, made, then with the absence of the maker-agent, the existence of any of them is impossible, like the succession of non-existence and impossibilities. This is known, agreed upon, and unfolded elsewhere. We did not unfold it here, for the necessity of reason knows that events without an eternal originator are impossible. What Al-Razi means is this: everything that occurs in the world cannot occur without one who brings it into being, and it cannot be that every originator is originated by another originator. Therefore, the originator of every event must be a pre-eternal agent. This contradicts their doctrine. It is a brilliant proof that originated things can, indeed must, proceed from the pre-eternal. And if they proceed from the pre-eternal, then the pre-eternal is not a complete cause for any one of them. Otherwise, it would accompany it. Thus, their doctrine of the complete cause is refuted, which is precisely what is sought. Yet in this answer there is nothing that refutes the existence of events with no first. Indeed, it is permissible to say, the first pre-eternal's bringing into being of the first event is conditioned by a second. But on this supposition, it does not follow that anything in the world is pre-eternal. Rather, it is permissible that every part of it is originated, even if each is conditioned by an event before it, especially if the event is the act of the agent. Glorified and exalted is he. This is what Al-Razi and others mentioned as an ongoing possibility. Yet it does not resolve the doubt, nor does it expose its corruption. We shall expose its corruption on their own foundations and on the foundations of the Muslims, for the argument is built on the claim that there must be, in pre-eternity, a complete influencer, so that one not fall either into preference without a preferring factor, or into regress. Thus many of them state the argument. Now the term regress may be used for the regress about which there is dispute, and it may be used for the regress that's impossible by the agreement of all rational minds, indeed for the impossible circularity. For if there was not in pre-eternity a complete influencer, and then it became a complete influencer, it would follow that the completion of influence came about, and this entails an event occurring without an agent. For this reason, Ibn Sina and others express this as follows: everything that occurs after not having been done, if it was not done earlier, must be due to the occurrence of some matter, either knowledge or intent or will, or the removal of an impediment or some other matter. Otherwise, if one supposes it to be as it always was, such that nothing occurs from it, then nothing would occur from it, yet events have occurred. This is a contradiction. This danger arises only from positing an essence that is incapable of acting. If this supposition is false, the consequence falls away, rightly. And the regress intended here is regress in the agent, that is, in what completes its being an agent. Circularity also becomes necessary, because it does not become an agent except after it becomes an agent. This is like saying it is impossible that the agent of the world has an agent, and that an agent has an agent, and that it is an agent of itself. But here the discourse is about what makes it complete in its being an agent. So, If it is said, it was not a complete influencer, then it became an influencer. Then either the completion of influence must come about, or there must be preference without a preferring factor. For if the complete influencer was not established in pre-eternity, and the occurrence of events from it does not depend on the occurrence of a cause, preference without a preferring factor follows. And if it depends on the occurrence of a cause, then it is like the first case, and regress follows. So the substance of the argument is this: either the complete influencer is established in pre-eternity, or preference without a preferring factor follows, or the impossible regress and circularity follow. One of these three must hold. For this reason, many theologians chose preference without a preferring factor, on the basis that the bare, abstractly conceived power gives preference by its power, or by power and motive, or that will itself gives preference to one of two equals over the other. By this answer, the majority of the Mu'tazila, the Ash'ariyah, and the Karamiyah responded, and those among the followers of the four juristic schools who agreed with them. This is one of the two answers of Al-Ghazali in The Incoherence of the Philosophers, and with it Al-Amidi and others replied. Yet the great majority of rational minds say the corruption of this is known necessarily. And Al-Razi likewise makes clear, speaking as it were in the philosopher's own voice, the corruption of this answer. So it is said to the philosophers, this argument is invalid on your own foundations, and it is self-contradictory. For the furthest reach of this argument is that if the influencer was not complete in pre-eternity, then either preference without a preferring factor follows, or regress follows. Now, if regress is permissible in your view, then it is not permissible that the influencer be complete for some particular thing in pre-eternity. Rather, its influence in every event is conditioned by events before it, without end. And it is known that this is the end point of this argument. Al-Razi and others have neglected this answer because they regarded the impossibility of regress as something already conceded. So they treated it as a premise within the argument. Then, in another place, they said, regressing conditions and events is possible, and regress is necessary, and this is impossible. But for us, it is an absolute impossibility. For whoever says that events without a first are impossible. It is not an absolute impossibility among the philosophers, nor among the leaders of religious communities among the early generations and the imams who say, God has never ceased to speak whenever he wills. And they say action is among the implications of life, so every living being is an agent. Rather, more than one among them holds that every living being is a mover, just as those who hold these meanings among the imams of the early community and of the Sunnah and Hadith have openly stated. So if these theologians tell the philosophers this entails regress, and regress is permissible in your view, then the argument is invalid according to you, and it is invalid on your own foundations, to show the corruption of the philosophers' foundations. But the philosophers reply to the theologians, what the theologians call the necessary regress is regress in the essence of influence, namely in what completes the influencer's being an influencer. And this is agreed to be impossible, just as regress in the influencer itself is. The decisive word concerning the terms influence, act, and origination, and the like, is this. In God's right, his influence over everything besides himself means his originating of everything besides himself. But influence may also mean his influencing of some particular thing, and that is his creating of that particular thing. And influence may mean influence in the absolute sense. that is, his being an influencer of anything whatever. So, if by complete influence you mean his originating of everything besides himself in pre-eternity, then this is impossible by the necessity of sense perception and reason. Events are witnessed, and it is also impossible that anything besides him be pre-eternal. And if you mean by it his influencing of some particular thing, then it is also known that this influence is originated with the origination of its effect. Thus, the particular effect can only be originated. And if you mean by absolute influence, namely his being an agent in an unrestricted sense, then it is said to the philosophers, "Your ruling entails this. It is impossible that he should act after not having been acting. It is not possible that he should be an agent for something after having been an agent for something else. Nor does it require that, in pre-eternity, he was a complete influencer, meaning that his effects in pre-eternity necessarily accompanied him. Rather, it is more fitting to interpret your words as meaning that he has never ceased being described by absolute agency, not that he became an agent after not having been one. And if this is sound, then it proves only that he has never ceased producing one thing after another. It does not prove that some particular effect is co-eternal with him. For they said his action is with him in pre-eternity, because he's a complete influencer in pre-eternity, and the complete influencer necessarily entails its effect, so his action does not lag behind it. For if he was not a complete influencer and then became complete, then if something occurred, that event would need an originated cause, and thus regress would follow. So they say, if he is not a complete influencer and then becomes complete, that only entails regress in effects, not in influences. Because it is possible for successive volitions and conceptions to arise, one after another, then, when the later ones join with the earlier ones, the effects occur. This regress is permissible in their view. Then, when earlier and later gather together, the effects occur. This is the answer that a group among them, such as Al-Abari, gave. And it is better than the answer that Al-Razi deemed brilliant. But Ibn Sina and those like him do not concede the soundness of this. Their doctrine about attributes and what they say about God's names is utterly corrupt. It is also said, the proof that indicates the impossibility of regress in the completion of influence is proof that no particular thing in the world is pre-eternal. For the philosophers may say to the theologians, your foundational claim entails this. If, therefore, you answer as these theologians answer, then regress is either impossible or possible. If it is impossible, your doctrine of the world's pre-eternity and of the permanence of the celestial motion is invalid. And if your doctrine is invalid, then the argument that was based upon it is invalid, for a false statement cannot be supported by a sound proof. And if regress is possible, then this argument is invalid, and once the argument is invalid, its invalidity is established against Ibn Sina and against those who take his path. So if one says, Abu Ali ibn al-Haytham, Ibn Sina, and al-Suhrawardi, and those like them among the philosophers, then people like them only mention this argument against one who asserts an essence that is incapable of acting, and then acts without any cause having occurred. They said, we know by the necessity of reason that events occurring without an originated cause is impossible. So if I say it occurred because of an originated cause, the first statement is like the second, and the argument rests on the impossibility of regress among influences, something agreed upon among rational minds. It is said, first, the mentioned argument does not establish this and does not establish that. Rather, it is built on the impossibility of regress in effects proceeding from the necessary existent. And the philosophers permit that. The truth of the matter is that these philosophers claimed the pre-eternity of the celestial spheres and other determinate things, and their opponents said to them, rather, the kind of act and effect is impossible in pre-eternity. So they argued with the impossibility that one who was not an agent becomes an agent without an originated cause, since an event can only occur through an agent, and an agent can only be an agent. Thus, the structure of the discourse becomes, he is not an agent until he becomes an agent, and he does not become an agent until he becomes an agent. This is circularity in one respect, and regress in another. It is regress in what makes him complete as an agent, and it is from the regress in influences. But it is circularity in one thing and regress in one thing, like saying, this does not exist until it exists, and it does not exist until it exists. So, considered as one and the same thing, it is circularity, and considered as a multiplicity of stages, it is regress. Then, making the third the first is circularity, and making it other than the first is regress. So if it is said, he does not act until he acts, and he does not act until he acts, then making the third the first is circularity, and making it other than the first is regress. This is impossible without doubt. But if it is said, he does not do one act until he does another act, then the kind of agency is not invalidated. Rather, it is affirmed. And this is the famous dispute. The philosophers permit something like this. It does not entail that anything in the world is pre-eternal, nor does it entail that his influence is from all eternity in some particular thing. And it is said, secondly, as for the discourse of Ibn Sina and his brethren, it is invalid from two angles. One of them is that it may be said to him, your statement entails that events occur without those who bring them into being, for you permit their occurring from a pre-eternal influencer without any originated cause. If that is invalid, then your doctrine is invalid. And if your doctrine is possible, then this is even more fitting to be possible. So the statement by which you refuted that is the very statement by which you are refuted. For your doctrine entails that the complete influencer in pre-eternity produces events without anything occurring in it or from it, while the complete influencer's effect does not differ from it in anything. The second aspect is that it may be said, this argument only entails that the agent has never ceased to be an agent. It contains nothing that shows he is a complete cause in pre-eternity for any particular thing, nor that anything in the world is pre-eternal, neither the celestial spheres nor anything else. So, if this is so, it contains nothing that indicates what you seek. It only indicates the falsity of the statement of one who says that the agent became an agent after not having been without any cause at all. But this is the statement of a group among the theologians whom the early generations and the imams repudiated. This doctrine is not known among the early Muslims and the imams of religion, let alone among the prophets and messengers, and there is nothing in the invalidity of this doctrine that invalidates the affirmation of the world's pre-eternity, nor anything like it. Rather, it only indicates the invalidity of what the innovators among the theologians say, such as the Mu'tazila and those who followed their path. And this is what shows that rational proofs accord with what the messenger, God's blessings and peace be upon him, brought, and among what makes the corruption of these people's saying clear, those who say the world is pre-eternal, proceeding from a necessitating agent by essence, is that one says either the necessitating agent is, by his bare essence, necessitating for the world, or his necessitating is suspended on some other matter. If the first is so, then the pre-eternity of everything in the world and its permanence follows from the pre-eternity of the necessitating agent and the permanence of it. For if there is nothing here except a complete pre-eternal influencer whose effect necessarily accompanies him, then his effect must be co-eternal with him, co-eternal with his pre-eternity, which is contrary to sensory experience. And if its influence is suspended on something else, then that too is invalid by agreement, and it invalidates their doctrine of the world's pre-eternity. And it may be said, if there was a pre-eternal necessary existent together with him, and the total of them is the complete cause, then the pre-eternity of effects follows from the complete cause. So whether one imagines the pre-eternal necessitating influencer as one or as multiple, whenever it is said that he is necessitating by his very essence in pre-eternity, it follows that all of what he necessitates must come about in pre-eternity. Hence nothing would occur, contrary to sensory experience. And if it is said his influence is suspended on an originated event in something else, then the discourse about the occurrence of that event is the same as the discourse about any other event. So it becomes impossible that it proceeds from him. Thus it becomes clear that on their doctrine, events must have no one to bring them into being, just as they claim. And they are forced, moreover, to say that he is not a necessary existent by his essence, for the necessary existent by his very essence must be independent of everything besides him in every respect. So if in his acting he needed something else, he would not be independent in every respect, especially if his act is among the implications of his essence, and if it is suspended on something else. For then the implications of his essence would be suspended on something else, and the existence of what is implied without the implication is absurd. So his essence would be suspended on something else, and whatever is like that is not a necessary existent by itself. Also, if his essence is not sufficient for the occurrences, then the occurrences are dependent for their occurrence on a non-existent matter, since the occurrence of events from him is impossible. And if their dependence is on something other than himself, that is impossible. And dependence on a non-existent is even more deserving of impossibility, because what is non-existent is not an influencer, nor even a part of an influencer in existence. They also claim that by affirming the world's pre-eternity, they are negating any partnership with God. For if his act, through his bare essence, is independent in acting, it would entail the pre-eternity of acting. And if the event depends on something else, it is said to them, rather, you are saying that his act depends on something else, because the events that occur are not necessitated by his essence, since it is impossible for the pre-eternal necessitating essence to necessitate events. So nothing of the acts of events can be without a partner. As for those who affirm that the world came to be, they hold two views. One is the view of one who says the first has never ceased to be an agent of events, one after another. So this makes his essence necessarily tied to acting, while acts and effects occur one thing after another. And there is nothing in this that is pre-eternal, and there is no partner for him. And if his act for the second is dependent on his act for the first, then even though he is the agent of all, he is not, in that, in need of anything other than himself, nor is he dependent on anything other than himself. The second view is the view of one who says he acted after not having acted. These people say it is an act that stems from his sheer power, or from his power, or from his will, or from his power and his motive. They do not say that his act depends on the existence of something other than him. And if they say it depends on the cessation of the first, that cessation, in their view, is not in need of an existent cause. So it becomes clear that each of these two views is farther from associating partners with God than the philosophers. And these philosophers have no proof at all that shows the pre-eternity of anything in the world, nor that the Creator accompanies anything among his creatures at all. Yet the furthest reach of what they have is that he has never ceased being an agent, and affirming the kind of acting does not entail affirming any specific act, nor any determinate effect. Their statement about the pre-eternity of the celestial spheres, or the matter of the celestial spheres, or the intellects and souls, and other than that, has no proof behind it at all. We have already unfolded the discussion of this elsewhere, and we spoke about everything mentioned in this chapter, and that there is nothing in it that requires the pre-eternity of anything in the world. This is the end point of the theologian's investigation in this station. For this reason, Abu Abdallah al-Razi mentioned at the end of his book titled The 40, in the 40th question, which is the conclusion of the book, in setting down the premises to which one returns in establishing rational proofs. And he ended that by saying, "Know that here there are two premises that the theologians and the philosophers have most often built upon. The first premise, the premise of perfection and deficiency, as they say, this attribute belongs to the attributes of perfection. So affirming it for God Most High is obligatory. And that attribute belongs to the attributes of deficiency, so negating it of God Most High is obligatory." And he said, most of the schools of the theologians branch out upon this premise, until he said, as for the second premise, it is the premise of necessity and contingency. This premise stands at the summit of nobility and knowledge. Indeed, it is the ultimate reach of the minds of rational men. They said, existence is either necessary or contingent, and the contingent must have a necessary being, and that necessary being must be necessary in its essence and in its attributes, since if it were contingent, it would stand in need of another influencer. And he spoke about the first premise. He said, the first premise, and he spoke about the second premise, that it is obligatory to affirm for him all his negative and affirmative attributes. They said the proof for that is that his essence is such that if you reflect on the realization of that attribute, its permanence becomes necessary by the permanence of the essence. And if his essence does not stand in need in that attribute of anything else, then one must finally arrive at the necessary existent by his essence. This returns to what we have mentioned, that the permanence of his essence entails the permanence of that attribute. He said, then the philosopher says, whatever is due to his being an influencer in something other than himself must either be his essence or something inseparable from his essence. Hence, from the permanence of his essence, the permanence of his influence and the permanence of its effect necessarily follow. And the theologian says, it becomes necessary from the existence of the act that it be preceded by non-existence, so it must be said that it was brought into existence after it had not existed. The philosopher argues from the state of the effect to the state of the influencer, and the theologian argues from the state of the effect to the state of the influencer. And this is the great contest and the tremendous battle in this question. I say, the premise of perfection and deficiency is nobler than the premise of necessity and contingency, as we have explained elsewhere. What is intended here is that a person may say, if perfect guidance were given to every theologian and every philosopher, so that he knew that the proof that reason points to accords with what the messengers have conveyed, and that the other proof that reason points to is likewise so. Then rational proofs do not contradict themselves, nor do they contradict what the messengers have proclaimed. So it is said to the philosopher, "By your statement, do you mean that the permanence of his essence entails the permanence of his influence in a particular thing, like the celestial spheres or something else? And likewise, do you mean that it entails the permanence of a particular effect, like the celestial spheres or something else? Or do you mean by the permanence of his influence, its permanence in everything? Or do you mean the permanence of influence and effect in an absolute sense? If you meant the first, then your statement cannot be sound from two angles. One of them is that this proof does not entail the permanence of an influence upon a particular effect. It only entails the permanence of influence and effect in an absolute sense. On this understanding, if it is said, God has never ceased to be described by attributes of perfection, living, speaking whenever he wills, and doing acts by which he brings into being effects, originating one thing after another, this proof is not violated by that. Nor does the continuance of a kind entail the continuance of every one of its particular instances and individual forms. Nor is there in that any proof that any one thing in itself is permanent. Rather, what you say regarding the motions of the sphere and the earthly events is this: the kind of events is enduring without beginning. There is within it no single thing that is in itself pre-eternal. Rather, all of it is originated, even though events have never ceased. And if you say, the like of this holds for the necessary being's acts, then you have fulfilled the demand of this proof, and you have not contradicted anything of the proofs of reason or of revelation. The second aspect is that it may be said, if his influence in a particular thing were among the inseparable implications of his essence, without any other existent besides him, then his influence in other things would also be among the inseparable implications of his essence. Thus, whatever influence is originated would not be pre-eternal. And since this could be said concerning the whole world, nothing in the world would be pre-eternal. And if there must be successive matters arising, it would be possible that everything proceeding from him should be originated, so that for this reason no pre-eternity of anything in the world would follow. The third aspect, that the agent's being an agent of something while the thing is pre-eternal along with him, is a combining of two contradictions, as the theologians have mentioned. As for the necessitating agent, since he is an agent by his essence and by what is inseparable from his essence, that does not entail his being an agent of a particular thing, just as it does not entail his being an agent of everything. But as for saying that his influence extends to everything, that is the very point at which he is to be answered. For if his influence and his effect in everything necessarily entailed the permanence of his complete influence and its effect altogether, then, if this were true, nothing would ever occur in this world. For the occurrence of events is proof that his effects are not all entailed as a fixed whole in pre-eternity. Rather, effects occur from him, and he is an influencer in this event and then in that event. It may even be presumed that if effects had not been continuous, there would have been no change at all in the world. And if I say, rather, what necessarily follows is the permanence of influence in an absolute sense. It is said, nothing in this requires the pre-eternity of anything in the world. Rather, his being an agent of a thing requires that the thing acted upon be preceded by non-existence, and the permanence of his being an agent does not contradict that. Thus, contrary to the philosopher, it does not follow that the pre-eternity of anything in the world is required. As for the theologian's statement, it becomes necessary in the act that it be preceded by non-existence, such that it must be said that it was brought into existence after it had not existed. It is said to him, "Do you mean brought into existence with respect to every particular act and every particular effect, that it must be preceded by non-existence? Or do you mean it with respect to the kind of act? If you meant the first, then there is no contradiction between saying that all acts and all effects are preceded by non-existence, while the kind of influence and the kind of effect endure. Thus, what the proof of reason indicates does not contradict that. And it becomes clear that among the philosophers there is nothing that necessitates the pre-eternity of anything in the world. And as for the theologian's statement, it becomes necessary in the act, this is not the view of the early generations of this community and the leading imams. Rather, the early Muslims and the imams of religion are upon something different from this, let alone the prophets and messengers. Whoever is guided in this chapter to the difference between kind and particular instance, his error and his correctness become clear in the questions of acts and in the questions of speech and discourse. Know that those who are most entitled to this chapter are the pious forebears of the community and its imams, the ones who adhere to what has come in the book. Unlike those who differ in the book, those about whom it is said, "And behold, those who have come to hold divergent views about this book are indeed deeply split in their estrangement." 2:176. Thus the Lord Most High has brought into being every event after it had not been, and everything besides him is an event after it had not been. Yet it does not follow from this that his perfection must be one single kind that requires a plurality of perfections. Rather, he has never ceased to be knowing, powerful, sovereign, forgiving, speaking as he wills, as has been stated in these terms by Imam Ahmad and others among the imams of the early community. So, if someone says, the kind of act must be preceded by non-existence, it is said to him, "Where did you get this from?" There is nothing in the book and the Sunnah that indicates it, nor is there anything in reason to guide one to it. And this entails that the Lord becomes capable of a kind of act after not having been capable of it. For if he has never ceased capable of the existence of the possible, then if the possible was impossible and then became possible, the Lord became capable after not having been. And the act passed from impossibility to possibility without the occurrence of any thing and without its renewal. But pre-eternity is not a determinate thing. It is only an expression for no beginning, just as everlastingness is an expression for no end. So nothing is before pre-eternity, and pre-eternity is not before an end. Just as the Prophet, God's blessings and peace be upon him, said in the sound hadith, "You are the first, and there is nothing before you, and you are the last, and there is nothing after you, and you are the manifest, and there is nothing above you, and you are the hidden, and there is nothing beyond you." And it should be known that Al-Razi and those who follow him are unsettled in this argument and in its likes. Sometimes they stand with the theologians, and at other times they stand with the philosophers. For this reason he argued with this argument in his book that he composed on sorcery, the invocation of the planets, and the worship of idols founded on that. He said in it, "This is a summary of what has reached us of the science of talismans and incantations and charms and the invocation of the planets, together with a renunciation of everything that conflicts with religion and sound reason. He said in the first article, on establishing the general principles of this science, it contains chapters. Chapter 1. On enumerating talismans and verifying discourse about them in a universal manner. Talismans are a science about blending the heavenly efficacious powers with the earthly passive powers in order to gain the ability to manifest what conflicts with ordinary habit and custom. He said, verifying this discourse requires setting out two premises. The first, affirming the heavenly efficacious powers, and establishing that events that occur in this elemental world must have causes. Those causes either are originated or they are pre-eternal. If they are originated, they stand in need of other causes, and regress becomes necessary, and this is impossible, since the influencing cause must exist together with the effect. So, if the influencer existed by way of the existence of every originated event, one after another, without end, then the existence of those causes and causes of causes, endless, would have to be together all at once. But this is impossible, because that whole is possible and originated as a whole, and so is every one of its parts. And every possible that has an originator has a measure that defines it. Hence, that whole is restricted by its totality, and each one of its parts is likewise restricted, and those parts are not possible nor originated. So, once it is established that all possibles ultimately end at one existent that is necessary in existence, the claim of regress is nullified. And if it is established that all possibles and all originated things ultimately end at the necessary existent, then we say that pre-eternal being either has, in pre-eternity, everything without which influence cannot be complete, or it does not. And within this division enters the statement of one who says, "He created this event at this time, because creating it at that moment was more fitting than creating it at another. Since he created it dependent upon the arrival of a determinate time or a known moment, then, upon all these views, the statement is sound that everything without which his influence in bringing that event into being cannot be complete existed in pre-eternity. But as for our saying, everything without which influence cannot be complete existed in pre-eternity. If it were necessary in pre-eternity that the effect exist in an ordered sequence upon it, that would entail that the effect is impossible to occur unless it is ordered upon it. And if it were not necessary that it be ordered upon it, then ordering upon it would be impossible, or ordering upon it would be possible. If ordering upon it were impossible, then it is not an influencer at all. And we had supposed it an influencer. This is a contradiction. And if ordering upon it is possible, and it is also possible that it not be ordered upon it, then we may suppose two states, one in which the effect issues from that cause, in act, and another in which no effect issues from it, in act. For whatever is possible does not necessarily occur, and the specification of the particular entity in which the influencer becomes, in act, a source of the effect, distinct from the entity in which it does not become such a source, must depend either on a specification or it does not depend. If it depends, then the specified state did not exist before it, and we had supposed it existed in pre-eternity. This is a contradiction. And if it does not depend, then it is preference of one of two possibles without any preferring factor at all. Permitting it undermines the very gate by which one infers the possible from the preferring factor. And as for our saying, everything without which influence cannot be complete existed in pre-eternity. If that cause continued forever, it would necessarily remain an influencer. But we had supposed it remains from everlasting an influencer. This is a contradiction. So if this is the path of the discourse concerning how it comes to be, then regress becomes necessary. Thus it is in two ways. One of them is that regress occurs in causes and causes of causes, all existing together all at once, and that is what we have invalidated. The second is that regress occurs by each one of them being preceded by another, without beginning. And this is the determinate one, and the division to which one must return. Its formulation is that the pre-eternal necessitating influencer is also necessitating by his essence. So it becomes necessary that every event is preceded by another event, such that the cessation of what precedes becomes a condition for the effusion of what follows from him. In this way, the first principle becomes the origin of changing events. They said there is an example for this in natural motions and involuntary motions. As for natural motions, a clod of mud thrown upward returns because of its gravitation to the earth. So what necessitates that motion from the start of the distance to its end is that gravitation. But that gravitation only made it necessary that the body move from the second place to the third, because the preceding motion delivered it to the second. Thus the obtaining of the first segment of motion and its cessation became a condition for that gravitation to become influential in moving the body from the second place to the third. And so it is, they claim, in all segments of motion. As for voluntary motion, if someone intends to visit a friend, then that intention is what influences the body's movement from that place to the friend's place. Yet the effect of that intention in bringing about the second step is preceded by the obtaining of the first step and its cessation. And upon this path, every preceding step is a condition for the possibility of that intention's influence in obtaining the subsequent step. And in this way, ordering reaches the end of the distance. It is then established on their claim that there must be an everlasting circular motion between the first principle and these events. And this enduring motion cannot be straight unless one says that there exist non-terminating dimensions. This is impossible. Therefore there must be a body moving by turning, and that is the celestial sphere. Thus it is established on their view that the motions of the celestial spheres are the proximate principles of events that occur in this world. And the relative proportion between the attributes of similar parts is similar, and similar matters in their complete similarity cannot be causes for different matters. So it becomes necessary that in the bodies of the celestial spheres there be bodies of different natures, and that those bodies differ in their ratios and their configurations, so that those configurations may be principles for the occurrence of the various events in this world. And the various bodies composed within the celestial spheres are the planets. Thus it is established that the proximate principles for the occurrence of events in the world of generation and decay are the conjunctions of the planets. Al-Razi said, "Then those who follow this doctrine, namely the philosophers and the Sabians, said, for the configuration of these planets, and for working with their principles, they took for each one a particular form and a particular craft, and they worked by means of them." And he carried the discourse elsewhere. I say, this is the furthest extent of how they established their foundation, and what they sought by it in this hidden secret. Yet, together with that, it indicates the invalidity of their demand, because they did not understand the true premises of this argument, for affirming a complete influencer in pre-eternity is impossible. And it also shows that their view about events and their causes is untenable. For the events that occur in this elemental world must have causes, and those causes either are originated or pre-eternal. If they are originated, regress in causes, and cause things become cessation. And if they are pre-eternal, then events should never occur. Thus their foundation collapses, and this is precisely what we said. The argument they rely upon in affirming a complete influencer in pre-eternity is false. Their affirmation that the motions of the spheres and the conjunctions of the planets are the proximate causes of events neither proves their claim nor rescues it from contradiction. For those motions themselves are events, and the discourse about their coming to be returns to the same point. Either you affirm an originator who brings events into being by his will and power, stage by stage, or you fall into an impossible regress, or you deny what is known by necessity. So their doctrine, when examined to its end, is nothing but a circuit of words that does not yield certainty. Only the appearance of argument is impossible. For pre-eternity is not a particular moment of time. It denotes rather the negation of any firstness. It is a duration without beginning. Hence, if the agent had everlastingly been complete in his causality, and if what is complete in causality necessarily entails its effect, then all things would everlastingly have existed as ancient, and this stands in contradiction to what is witnessed. Thus we know that he came to be effective with regard to temporal events, after not having been effective in them. And then, if it be said, he has never ceased to be effective in event after event. And by this effectiveness I mean precisely that. This does not prove the world to be beginningless. Rather, it implies the passing of a span of time, and it implies that the effective causality relevant to the coming to be of events was not present from pre-eternity. This is a restricting of what they demanded in that argument, for they had demanded that all the factors relevant to causation be present in pre-eternity, so that the world might be concomitant with it. But we have shown that this is impossible, and that the existence of the complete cause in pre-eternity is impossible, because that would entail the impossibility of the occurrence of temporal events, just as they themselves set forth here. And we shall now show the invalidity of their inference on this other assumption that the world is beginningless. We say to them, since the effective cause must exist together with its effect, then if the cause of every temporal event were itself another temporal event, without end, this would require that those causes and effects, though infinite, come to be all at once. But that is impossible. Then it may be said, this in itself proves that everything other than God, exalted, is originated in time, for with every temporal event there must be a complete cause. The sum total of factors to be taken into account in the efficacy of every event is present at the time of that event, of the event. Now, the first event must necessarily be a condition for the existence of the second, so that after it there comes to be, through it, a cause by which the agent becomes effective. Yet these people say, the eternal agent remains in one and the same state. But if the first event is a condition for the second, then they are not, in truth, requiring that with every temporal occurrence its complete cause be present. For everything that is to be taken into account in the second is included within the complete cause. Therefore, the conditions of efficacy must be present at the time of efficacy. But these people make the condition of efficacy prior to the existence of the effect, not concomitant with it. This principle, then, itself points to the undermining of their claim. Moreover, we say to him, if the occurrence of an event is due to a cause, this entails an endless regress in successive order, as he has already mentioned. Then it may be said, this argument implies that the ancient necessary agent, necessary by virtue of his very self, would be self-contradictory, unless every temporal event is preceded by another temporal event. and that in turn entails that he is the one who brings about the successive events, so that they proceed from him. For the second cannot even be conceived until the first has occurred. Hence, if his bringing about the second is conditional upon his bringing about the first, it becomes impossible for him to be one who necessitates by his essence, or to be a complete cause necessarily entailing its effect. Since what necessitates does not lag behind its necessitated, and a cause does not lag behind its effect. And if he is not one who necessitates by his essence, then what he does by his will and his power, and his influence upon each one of the temporal events occurs after not having been influential with respect to it. And since the temporal event, so that this influence be complete, cannot be something other than him, for all else is his effect, and his bringing about of the other is itself among his acts of bringing about, it follows that what makes the Creator an effective acting agent cannot be something he acquires from beyond himself. Nay, he himself is the Creator of all things, and the prior acts that are made conditions for the later effects are his acts, not the acts of anyone else. Thus, if it were that he himself did nothing by his own self, and yet events came to pass separated from him, one after another, while he himself did nothing by his own self, then those events would not be proceeding from him. For every part of motion is temporal, and therefore it must have a temporal cause. And the moving thing is a possible body. And whatever arises within it of causes necessitating motion, such as antecedent conceptions and volitions, are likewise temporal, arising within it one thing after another, and this, too, is a kind of motion. Therefore, the agent of that cannot be an eternal complete cause that necessitates by its essence what it produces. For if that were so, nothing of those motions would proceed from it. Yet motions are temporal and possible, and must therefore have an agent. Likewise, the very body that is always moving cannot be self-necessitating, a complete cause in pre-eternity necessarily entailing its effect. For among its effects is motion that exists one thing after another, and whatever necessarily entails such a motion cannot itself be pre-eternal, for then it would have to be pre-eternal. And that is a contradiction, especially in view of the multitude of motions and events, and the diversity of their kinds. Hence, the issuing forth of diverse temporal things from a complete simple cause that necessarily entails its effect is, in the immediate intuition of reason, impossible, whether those things issue from it through an intermediary or without intermediary. And these people say the necessary by himself is simple. He has no affirmative attribute and no act subsisting in him. And they say he's a complete cause necessarily entailing its effect. Thus it follows, as a consequence of their claim, that nothing proceeds from him except one simple ancient entity, and likewise from that which proceeds from him. But once the existence of diverse temporal multiplicity is established, this is contrary to their claim. Indeed, they themselves acknowledge this, as the discussion against them has been expanded elsewhere. This discourse points to several matters. It points to the impossibility of temporal events arising from a complete cause, for their claim that they arise from a complete cause is false, however it be framed. And it points to the fact that the one who brings temporal events into being can only be an agent in whom acts subsist. And just as it refutes their argument for the world's beginninglessness, it also establishes by another aspect that the world is originated in time. For it may be said, the whole world, with all that it contains of bodies and attributes, and intellects and souls, if one supposes them to be outside bodies and attributes, indeed everything other than God, exalted is he, is either devoid of successive temporal events, like a body at rest, or else it contains them, like a body in motion. And each of these two possibilities cannot be beginningless. For if anything of the world were ancient, it would have to proceed from a cause that necessitates by its essence from an eternal complete cause, by the agreement of all reasonable people. And this is known by rational proof. For if it were ancient, then either its agent acts without power and will, so it is one that necessitates by its essence, or else it acts by power and will. But if the agent acts by power and choice, and yet none of its effects can be concomitant with it, then it becomes impossible for its effect to be beginningless. And if it be said, it is possible for some of its effects to be concomitant with it, then it is like one that necessitates by its essence, except that this one necessitates by its essence while having will and power. The point is that if the world were ancient, it would follow that its agent necessarily entails it, and it would not be possible that its agent be one whose effect can be delayed after it. For an agent is never devoid of three divisions. Either the concomitance of its effect with it is necessary, or the delay of its effect after it is necessary, or both possibilities are admissible in its case. If, then, the world were ancient, it would not be admissible that its agent be of those whose effect must be delayed after them, for that would combine two contradictories. How could its effect be ancient, beginningless, and yet be delayed after it, occurring after not having been? Thus it is determined that its agent must be either one whose effect must accompany it, or one in whom both possibilities are admissible. But the second too is false. For if it is admissible that the effect accompany it, and also admissible that it not accompany it, then the existence of the effect is merely possible. And the merely possible does not incline toward one of its two sides rather than the other, except through a determinant. And the discourse concerning this determinant is like the discourse concerning anything else. If it is an agent necessarily entailing it, then it is concomitant with it, and the first would have to be concomitant with it. And if its concomitance is not necessary, then it remains possible in need of another determinant, and the matter would never cease passing on to a complete determinant necessarily entailing its effect. Thus it becomes clear that if the world were ancient, its ancientness would entail the complete cause, or the complete effective cause, or the complete determinant, whether one says that it acts without power and will, or with power and will necessarily entailing what is willed, or by any other mode in which it must proceed from an agent necessarily entailing its effect. And if its ancientness entails the complete cause, then the existence of the complete cause in pre-eternity is impossible. For if its effect were devoid of temporal events, and the effects of its effect likewise, it would follow that there is nothing in the world of temporal events, contrary to sense perception, whether one says that this effect is an immaterial intellect in which there is no motion, or says that it is bodies at rest. In either estimation, if what proceeds from it contains no temporal event, then what proceeds from it contains no temporal event. Otherwise, something containing temporal events would issue from that in which there are no temporal events. And this is the second division, namely that its effect contains temporal events. And this too is impossible. For those temporal events are themselves among what proceeds from it. Either one says that they are necessary to that locus, or that they are accidental to it, and occur after not having been. Both are impossible. As for the second, because their occurring after not having been is itself a temporal matter, and thus requires a temporal cause. Yet the assumption is that no temporal cause issues from the agent, So the origination of temporal events without a temporal cause is impossible. And if it be said it necessarily entails temporal events, which is their claim, then it is said, whatever necessarily entails temporal events cannot exist without them. Hence, the originator of that thing must originate the temporal events necessary to it, which are a condition for its existence, and a complete cause cannot give rise to a temporal event. For an eternal complete cause, its effect is concomitant with it, and thus ancient, and a temporal event cannot be ancient. And if it be said, there issues from it event after event, then in pre-eternity it was not a complete cause for anything. Rather, it is a complete cause for each event at the moment of its occurrence. Thus it becomes clear that the eternal complete cause does not issue from it any particular temporal event, nor any kind of temporal events. And if it be said, it is a complete cause for the kind, it is said the kind exists only in succession. Hence its completeness is successive, not pre-eternal. And that can only be through something that comes to be in it, one thing after another. As for its being complete for its effect without any act subsisting in it, this is impossible, and it would entail that the created thing influences the Creator without any act subsisting in the Creator, whereby he influences the created. And again, the issuing forth of temporal events and diversities from a simple entity in which no act and no attribute subsist is, in the immediate intuition of reason, impossible. And again, the concomitance of the effect with its agent is impossible. And again, the temporal event is posterior, while the complete cause is not delayed in its effect. And if the issuing forth of the necessary temporal events, which are a condition, is impossible, and the issuing forth of the conditioned without its condition is impossible, then the issuing forth of the whole world, its condition and conditioned, is impossible. And that is what is sought. The subtle point of the proof is that the world's beginninglessness can only be with the originator being one that necessitates by its essence, and the issuing forth of temporal events from one that necessitates by its essence is impossible. Hence, the issuing forth of the world from one that necessitates by its essence is impossible. Therefore, the world's beginninglessness is impossible. Thus, the doctrine of the complete cause entails the invalidity of the doctrine of the world's beginninglessness, that entails temporal events. That doctrine could only have been thinkable if the effect neither necessitated temporal events nor was receptive of temporal events, even though that too is impossible from another angle, such as the impossibility of the effect accompanying its agent. This is made clear as follows. If someone says he may be a complete cause of the celestial spheres, but not a complete cause of the motions of the spheres. Rather, there issues from him one thing after another, it is said. The issuing forth of things one after another from a complete cause is impossible. Therefore, states must have arisen in him that made those motions occur, and thus he is not a complete cause of any of those motions. And if he is not a complete cause of any of the motions, then he is not a complete cause of that which entails the motions. For if he were a cause of it without the motions, it would have to be concomitant with him while being devoid of motions, yet it is assumed to entail motions. Thus two contradictories would come together. And if it be said, it entails one motion among them, it is said, the everlasting pre-eternal motions do not single out any one of them rather than another. They have never ceased, and will never cease, with their instances succeeding one another. Therefore, it is impossible that he be a complete cause for one of them rather than another in pre-eternity, especially since there is within them no single instance that is itself pre-eternal. And it is impossible that he be a complete cause for all of them in pre-eternity, because their existence in pre-eternity is impossible. Hence, it is impossible that he be a complete cause for anything of the pre-eternal motions. So the motion that exists one thing after another cannot proceed from an eternal complete cause, however one imagines the case. Thus, if the ancient entails motion, either motion within it, as in the sphere, or motion necessary to it and inseparable from it, as they say regarding the intellect, then it is impossible that the necessitating cause necessitate it without the necessary motion. And it is impossible that it necessitate the necessary motion. Therefore, it is impossible that it necessitate it in either estimation. Hence, the world's beginninglessness, or the beginninglessness of anything of the world, is impossible. And that is what is sought. This is a noble proof for the origination in time of everything other than God, absolutely. It is built upon sound premises accepted by philosophers and others, namely that what necessitates by its essence must, by agreement, be accompanied by what it necessitates. As for the agent acting by choice, must what is willed accompany the will, or is that impossible, or are both admissible? There are three views among people. Yet in every estimation the coming to be of everything other than God is necessary. For if it is said that the concomitance of what is willed with the will is obligatory, then it is impossible that his will for any particular thing be pre-eternal, since it would entail that which it has in pre-eternity. And the discourse concerning it becomes like the discourse concerning one that necessitates by its essence. And it has already been shown that the existence of one that necessitates by its essence in pre-eternity is impossible. Therefore, it is impossible that anything of what he wills be pre-eternal. And if it is said that the delay of his effect is obligatory, then the coming to be of what he wills is necessary. And if it is said that both are admissible, then the occurrence of what is willed after not having been requires a temporal cause, and the discourse concerning it is like the discourse concerning the first. Hence it is impossible that anything issue from him except through a temporal cause. And the coming to be of a temporal event from a pre-eternal will that necessarily entails what it wills is impossible. And the world's beginninglessness without a pre-eternal will necessarily entailing what it wills is impossible. Thus its origination in time is established. In sum, regarding the concomitance of what is willed with the will, if it is said that it is obligatory, it is attached to the first division. And if it is said that it is impossible, it entails the origination of the world. As for the claim that in the case of the necessary existent it is possible for the effect to accompany him, and also possible for it to be delayed after him, no recognized group has maintained this. For the Mu'tazila, who hold that the possible does not terminate at the complete determinant necessarily entailing its requirement, but that it suffices that there be one capable who may determine or may refrain, say that the effect of the capable must be delayed after pre-eternity. Whereas those who say that the possible terminates at a determinant necessarily entailing its requirement, as is the view of most people among the theologians, philosophers and others, hold that it is impossible, in their view, that the agent be able to bring about his act, and also able not to bring it about, and yet be an agent, while both sides remain equally possible. Rather, if the causes of the act are complete, the effect becomes necessary, and if the causes are not complete, the effect becomes impossible. Whatever God wills comes to be, and whatever he does not will does not come to be. And the possible, in relation to something other than itself, is either necessary through another or impossible through another. If the complete necessitating factor is realized, it is necessary, and if it is not realized, it is impossible. Thus it becomes clear that among the trusted rational minds there is none who says the ancient effect issues from its agent, while it is admissible that the agent's effect be delayed after it. But rather they are all agreed upon what the proof has established, that if the world were beginningless, its maker would necessarily entail his effect. Yet the world necessarily entails temporal events and the issuing forth of temporal events, and that which entails temporal events arising from an agent whose effect must accompany him is impossible. And if one were to suppose that he brought the world into being as necessary and then produced temporal events within it, that too would be impossible, for it would imply the occurrence of temporal events through a temporal cause, and this, as has been shown, is impossible. If you wish, you may put it thus. If the occurrence of temporal events without a temporal cause were admissible, then the coming to be of the world would be admissible, and the claim that its beginninglessness is necessary would be void. But if it is impossible, then the claim that the world is beginningless is void, because it would be impossible for temporal events to arise from an eternal necessitating cause. Thus, on either assumption, the philosophers claim that the world's beginninglessness is necessary collapses, and their argument for its beginninglessness is annulled. This is like saying, if an infinite regress of temporal events is impossible, then their origination in time becomes necessary. And if it is possible, then it becomes possible that each thing within the world came to be through a temporal event before it. So the proof that would indicate the beginninglessness of anything within it is invalidated, and the claim that this is necessary is invalidated in either case. This way of reasoning establishes the temporal origination of everything in the world without any need to imagine the Lord as becoming able after having not been able, or becoming an agent after having not been an agent. It accords with the way of the early generations and the leading scholars. It does not nullify God's acts that subsist in him, nor does it nullify his attributes. It does not strip him of acts and attributes of perfection. It does not affirm an event without a temporal cause. It does not give preference to one of two possibilities without a determinant. Rather, it gathers together sound rational proofs, untroubled by counter-arguments, and transmitted texts that harmonize with what reason indicates. And it makes clear that the Lord has never ceased, nor will he ever cease, to be described by attributes of perfection, as the Imams of the Sunnah have described him, that he has never ceased to speak whenever he so wills, never ceased to be living, bringing forth acts that subsist in him, never ceased to be all-powerful, and that everything other than him is his creation, originated by him, and that the origination of things from him, one after another, implies that none of them was ever alongside him, nor did any of them accompany him in any respect, and God knows best. All this indicates the temporal origination of each and everything in the world. Yet this is not the place to expand upon it. We have spoken here only to expose the corruption of their argument, which is their main support. We have mentioned that their view entails the occurrence of temporal events without an agent, and entails an infinite regress of causes, and that is impossible by the plain verdict of reason, and by the very admission of their disputants. The third proof. What we have mentioned among the proofs becomes clear through the third proof, though what preceded already hinted at it, and it is this. One says that the complete cause must exist at the time when the effect exists, not before it. And they themselves concede this. It follows then that every temporal event must have a complete cause present at the time of its occurrence. Therefore, if the first event, before which it came to be, were the completion of the cause, then a part of the cause would exist before the effect. Thus, its complete cause would not exist at the moment of its occurrence. Rather, this would entail that temporal events occur on the basis of a condition that precedes their existence. And if it were admissible that beings exist through acts on the basis of a condition preceding their existence and on the basis of a temporal condition before their existence, then it would not be necessary that they have a complete cause. Thus, none of the temporal events would have a complete cause such that all its parts are realized at the time it exists. And if there were nothing except an eternal complete cause, while no temporal event has a complete cause, then it would follow that temporal events have no originator, and that is impossible. If it is said, why is it not permissible that the completion of the cause for the second temporal event is the non-existence of the first, and that this non-existence is concomitant with the second event? It is answered, because if non-existence does not entail some existential factor, it cannot be a part of the cause of existence. For what is non-existent has no influence whatsoever upon existence. This is unlike a man walking upon the earth. Whenever he traverses a distance, he comes to possess the power and will to traverse the second distance. And the first, if it is said that he performs, by his own self, one thing after another, implies the fullness of his efficacy for each act at the moment of its occurrence. And his very self, in producing the first, is an existential factor. And the existence of the second together with the first, which is opposed to it, is impossible, and the non-existence of what is impossible implies the fullness of power concomitant with the act. This is unlike the claim that the state of the self with respect to the first and second events is one and the same, and that nothing new arises, neither from it nor from anything else, that would require the fullness of its efficacy for the second at the moment it occurs. This becomes evident through the fourth proof, namely that if the second temporal event is conditioned upon the first temporal event, which exists before it, while the necessary existent also exists before it, and is an eternal complete cause, then this is self-contradictory. For on the first assumption, it would follow that everything by which temporal events become existent exists before them, and that nothing of what originates them comes to be together with them. And this prevents anything among temporal events from having a cause, since a cause must accompany its effect, let alone an eternal cause. Thus it becomes clear that affirming the complete cause contradicts this claim, which entails that temporal events occur through conditions preceding them, and it also contradicts the claim that the completion of causes occurs together with the occurrence of effects. For if the completion of the cause were to occur together with it, then it would follow that the completion of the cause of every event is itself an event concomitant with it. Thus temporal events would not have an eternal complete cause. Yet, on this assumption, the very occurrence of the completion of causes is impossible, for it entails the existence of an infinite series of events all at once without any originator, since, on their premise, there is nothing but an eternal complete cause. And this too is something they agree is impossible, and it entails the occurrence of temporal events without an agent. It is thus clear that the doctrine of an eternal complete cause is false, whether it is said that the condition for the occurrence of an event exists before it or exists together with it. In either case, the occurrence of conditions from the complete cause is impossible. Hence, the impossibility becomes clear. The occurrence of every one of the temporal events, together with its conditions, from an eternal complete cause on every assumption. and the doctrine of beginninglessness entails the eternal, complete cause, and whatever entails falsehood is itself false. And everything in the world is concomitant with some temporal event. Therefore, once the impossibility of temporal events arising from an eternal, complete cause has become evident, the impossibility of the beginninglessness of anything in the world becomes evident as well, for it exists only alongside an event. And the existence of such a thing from an eternal, complete cause is impossible, especially since they say every temporal event is the completion of the cause of an event before it. Thus, none of the events has a complete cause concomitant with it. Rather, what accompanies it is only a part of the cause, namely, the enduring factor whose effusion depends on the occurrence of that event. Hence, the second does not occur until the first has come to an end. And that factor is not a complete cause for any of the temporal events. It does not bring about the second concomitantly with the existence of the first. And at the occurrence of any temporal event there is, in truth, no complete cause at all. Thus it becomes clear that, in reality, they are saying that temporal events do not arise from a complete cause, let alone from one that is eternal. Whoever reflects on these aspects and grasps them will know, by necessity, the corruption of the doctrine of beginninglessness, and will know that it is not impossible for the Maker of the world to be an eternal complete cause that necessitates by his essence. Rather, it is necessary that he be an agent who brings things into being one after another, and this can only be if he acts by his will and his power. And this is what is sought. Know, moreover, that this later discourse of theirs, of men like Ibn Sina and those like him, is better than the discourse of their earlier masters like Aristotle. For Aristotle, in his book Metaphysics, which is the summit of their wisdom and learning, relied, when establishing the first cause, upon motion born of desire. For when he had asserted that the motion of the celestial sphere is a desirous volitional motion, and that whatever moves by desire and will must have an object of will, something beloved and sought, then it follows that there must be a final cause, the beloved, the passionately desired object. And they said the sphere moves in order to resemble it, as a follower is moved by his leader. Then they sometimes say the sphere resembles the first principle, and sometimes they say it resembles the intellect and resembles pre-eternity. This line of reasoning establishes only the existence of a final cause. It does not establish the existence of an efficient cause. So one says, even if we grant that the motion is volitional, and that volitional motion must have some beloved object of will, what is the originating efficient cause of that volitional, desirous motion? If the sphere were necessary in its existence by virtue of itself, then this would not even be their claim, and it would be false from two sides. First, that what is necessary in its existence by virtue of itself is not in need of anything other than itself, neither an efficient cause nor a final cause. So, if you ascribe to it a final cause that it needs for its will and its motion, then it is not self-sufficient with respect to that, and thus it is not necessary by virtue of itself. Second, that if it were admissible for the sphere to be necessary by virtue of itself, then it would be possible for it to be the final cause of its own motion, just as it would be the efficient cause of its own motion. And the discussion exposing the corruption of their claim has been set forth elsewhere. An appraisal of Ibn Sina's method and that of his followers. As for Ibn Sina and his followers, they turned away from this path and followed a method compounded of the theologian's way and the way of those philosophers. They said existence is either necessary or possible, and the possible must have a necessary being, just as the theologians say, Existence is either originated or beginningless, and the originated must have one that is beginningless. Thus there must be a necessary beginningless existent. Then he sought to establish that the celestial spheres are possible, on the grounds that they are bodies, and the body is composite, and what is composite is in need of its parts. Hence it cannot be necessary and beginningless by virtue of itself. This resembles what the Mu'tazila say. Bodies are originated, because bodies are composite, and whatever is composite must have one who composes it, hence it cannot be beginningless. And they made this a mainstay in negating God's attributes. Exalted is he. But these people took the term composite in an equivocal sense. For composite, if by it one means something composed by another, or something whose parts were separate and then gathered, or something that can be divided, then it is impossible that it be necessary by virtue of itself, or beginningless. But if by it one means that which is described by the indispensable attributes of perfection, such as knowledge and power and the like, then it does not follow that it is originated, nor that it is merely possible and liable to non-existence, as has been explained elsewhere. And the terms need, part, and other than are ambiguous terms. Sometimes other than is intended to mean that which is distinct from something else. In that case, the necessary attribute is not said to be other than the described. And sometimes other than is intended to mean simply not identical with the other. In that case, the attribute is other than the described. Now, the necessary existent by virtue of himself cannot be in need of something distinct from him, but it is not impossible that he necessarily entails attributes of perfection that cannot be separated from him. And calling the necessary attribute a part is a deception, and calling the described's necessary entailment of its attribute, and the attribute's entailment of the described, need is likewise a deception, as has been set forth elsewhere. Among the reasons why these people's discourse spread, and why many were led astray by it, is that they argue against certain groups among the most excellent of the people of the Qibla by premises that those groups share with them. Weak, innovative premises. Thus they never cease binding the holder of that view to the implications of his own words, until they expel him from Islam as a hare is pulled from dough. For a good deed calls to a good deed, and an evil deed calls to an evil deed, just as the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said in the rigorously authenticated hadith, "Hold fast to truthfulness, for truthfulness leads to righteousness, and righteousness leads to paradise." A man does not cease speaking the truth and striving for truthfulness until he is written in God's sight as a truthful one. And beware of lying, for lying leads to wickedness, and wickedness leads to the fire. A man does not cease lying and striving in lying until he is written in God's sight as a liar. And some of the early scholars said, part of the reward of a good deed is the good deed that follows it, and part of the punishment of an evil deed is the evil deed that follows it. A person may believe a proposition to be true while it is in fact corrupt. Then he needs to believe its entailments, and so his corrupt beliefs multiply. Through this door, the Kamatian Batiniya, the philosophizers and their like, entered upon groups among the Muslims. For they said to the Mu'tazila, "You have agreed with us to negate the attributes out of fear of likening God to creation and of corporealism." They said, "Yes." They replied, "Then this very meaning by which you sought refuge now binds you in affirming names for God Most High. For if you say he is living, knowing, powerful, you have likened him thereby to others besides him who are living, knowing, powerful. And in this there is the same corporealism that you fell into when affirming life, knowledge, and power for him. For the signification of these names is not known except in relation to a body, just as one does not know any described by these attributes except a body. Thus they began to negate God's most beautiful names, saying, "He is neither existent, nor living, nor knowing, nor powerful." Then some of them confined themselves to negating affirmation. Another of their writers said to them, "If you say, 'He is neither existent, nor living, nor knowing, nor powerful,' you have likened him to what is non-existent, just as in affirming there is likeness to what exists. Therefore one must say, 'He is neither existent nor non-existent, neither living nor dead, neither knowing nor ignorant.' And these people say to themselves that they are among the most intelligent of people and the best of them, while in truth they are among the most ignorant of people, the most astray, and the greatest in unbelief. It is said to them, first, 'You have conceded the two contraries, and contraries, viewed from one angle, neither come together nor both disappear.' Thus, just as the union of contraries is impossible, so too is the disappearance of both contraries. And just as it is impossible to say of one thing that it is both existent and non-existent, it is impossible to say it is neither existent nor non-existent. As for affirming the negation of life and death, knowledge and ignorance, speech and muteness, they say that these are opposed as non-existence is opposed to possession, not as negation is opposed to affirmation. And they distinguish between this and the case where the negation of a thing from that which by its nature is receptive of it counts as non-existence, and its opposite counts as possession, such as negating knowledge, hearing, and sight from an animal, unlike negating them from inanimate matter. They say, thus the animal is described as blind, deaf, mute, if it is deprived of what it is naturally apt to possess, unlike inanimate matter, which is not described as blind, deaf, mute, because it does not accept that. On this basis, they say, it does not follow from negating life, knowledge, power, and speech from the necessary existent that he must be described by what is opposite to these: death, ignorance, incapacity, muteness, unless he were receptive of that. And this is denied or not known. This sophistry has misled even some of the clever among the later scholars, such as Al-Amrani and those like him. Yet it is false in several ways. One is to say, either he is receptive of being described by the attributes of perfection, life, knowledge, power, and the like, or he is not receptive of them. If he is not receptive of them, that is a greater deficiency than being receptive of them while not being described by them, for inanimate matter is more deficient than the blind animal. And if being described as blind, deaf, mute is impossible, despite the fact that one described by that is more perfect than one that cannot accept either that or its opposite, then it is known that not being receptive of such perfection is the greater deficiency. And if that is impossible, then this is even more impossible. Hence it is impossible to say of him, exalted is he, that he is not receptive of being described by attributes of perfection. And if he is receptive of being described by them, according to the opposition of non-existence and possession in their terminology, then if he is not described by life, knowledge, and power, it follows that he is described by death, incapacity, and ignorance. And this is impossible by necessity. Thus its corruption is manifestly true. The second aspect is to say, every perfection that is established for a created being, the Creator is more entitled to, and every deficiency from which a created being is declared free, the Creator is more entitled to be declared free of it, for the necessary existent, eternal, uncaused, is more perfect than whatever existence is merely possible and originated in time. And because every perfection found in a created effect comes from the Creator who brought it into being. Indeed, they themselves say, the perfection of the effect is from the perfection of the cause. Hence it is impossible that there be any perfection in a created thing except from the Creator, and therefore the Creator is more entitled to that perfection. And it is known by the immediate necessity of reason that what is non-existent cannot originate an existent, and that what is deficient cannot originate what is more perfect than itself. For deficiency consists of negations, of absent realities. For this reason the Lord is not described by negative expressions, except insofar as they contain within them an affirmation of some existent perfection. Otherwise, pure non-existence holds no perfection at all. Thus, as God, exalted is He, says God, there is no deity save Him, the living, the self-subsisting. Neither slumber overtakes Him nor sleep. 2:2. 55. So He declares Himself far above slumber and sleep, because that contains within it the perfection of life and of self-subsistence. And likewise His saying, and no weariness has touched us, 50:38, contains within it the perfection of power. And His saying, not even the weight of an atom in the heavens or on earth escapes Him, 34:3, contains within it the perfection of knowledge. And likewise His saying, vision does not encompass Him, 6:103. According to the majority, its meaning is, it does not encompass Him. It does not mean that it does not see Him. For the negation of seeing is shared by what is non-existent, and thus is not in itself a praiseworthy attribute, unlike His not being encompassed or fully grasped. For that implies that by reason of His majesty, eyes cannot attain Him, and this implies a tremendous perfection before which eyes fall short of encompassing. Thus, the verse indicates the affirmation of seeing Him while negating encompassment of Him, thereby refuting what the Jahmiyyah imagine, namely that it indicates the negation of seeing Him. The third aspect, one may say that the perfection which admits of no deficiency in any respect, among the aspects possible for an existent, must be either possible for the necessary existent or impossible for him. Now, if it is impossible for him, then existence would necessarily be incapable of perfection, for every existent is either necessary or possible. And if the necessary existent does not admit of perfection, then the merely possible is even more so. Yet we have already mentioned a perfection possible for an existent that contains no deficiency. So it is impossible that perfection possible for an existent should not be possible for an existent. And if this perfection is possible for him, then either it is necessary, inseparable, or merely permissible, contingent. If it is necessary for him, then it is established that the perfection possible for an existent is necessary for the eternal, exalted is He, and obligatory for him. And this is what is sought. But if it is merely permissible, then he would need something other than himself for its realization. And in that case, that other would be more perfect than he, since the giver of perfection is more perfect than the one who receives it. And if that giver were his creature, then it would follow that the creature is more perfect than the Creator. Moreover, the condition for his giving perfection is that he himself be characterized by the attributes of perfection, and perfection is only acquired from one who is perfect. Hence it is impossible that he be a giver of it, lest this entails circularity in agents and efficient causes, which is impossible by necessity and by the agreement of all rational people. And if that other is not his creature, then it is itself necessary in existence by virtue of itself. And then, if it is characterized by the attributes of perfection by itself, it is the Lord, the Creator, whereas the first is an effect belonging to it, having no attributes of perfection from itself. Thus it is a servant, not a lord. And if it is not characterized by the attributes of perfection by itself, rather this one takes perfection from that one, and that one takes it from this one, then this is an impossible circularity. And from this comes one of the greatest arguments for the oneness of lordship. It is impossible that the world should have two makers, for the two makers must be such that either each of them acts upon the whole of the world, and this is necessarily impossible, since if this one is the doer of everything, the other cannot be the doer of anything in it, let alone be the doer of everything. So if this one were the doer of everything, and that one were the doer of everything, each would be a doer, and not a doer at the same time. Or else they are partners. And if each of them is capable when alone, then the effect of each must be distinct from the other, and thus each God would go away with what he created. Hence, for every pair of partners, each one's act must be distinguished from the others. And also, if each of them is capable, it would follow that one of them can bring the world about, while the other is also capable of bringing it about. Thus each would be capable of bringing about the whole, while the other is capable of bringing about the whole. And this is impossible, as has preceded. So it is impossible that one of them be capable of his act, while the other is capable of his act. Just as is well known with two capable agents attempting to move a single thing. Neither can move it except when the other is not moving it. Thus, one of them is not capable except when the other enables him, and therefore one of them is not capable except through the other's empowering him. Hence he is not capable in a state of independence. And also, if each of them were capable in a state of independence, then it would be possible for him to do the opposite of the other's effect, and to will contrary to the other's will. For example, this one wills to move a body, and the other wills to keep it still. But the existence of both wills together is impossible, because the union of contraries is impossible. Hence it would follow that neither of them is capable. It is therefore established that it is impossible for each of them to be capable in a state of independence. And if neither of them is capable except in a state of conjunction, and if each of them upon their conjunction is influential in making the other capable, then this one is not capable except through the other's empowering him, and that one is not capable except through this one's empowering him. Thus each is influencing the other, and this is circularity in agents and causes. It is impossible by necessity and by the agreement of all rational people in many respects, for it is impossible that a thing be the agent of itself. So how could it be the agent of its own agent? And because an agent by its very being precedes its effect, it would follow that this precedes that by itself, and that precedes this by itself. So the thing would precede itself by 2 degrees. And circularity, just as it is impossible in the one who influences, is impossible in the very completion of his being an influencer. Just as, when infinite regress is impossible in the influencer, it is impossible in the completion of his being an influencer. This is unlike the circularity spoken of with respect to effects, that is admissible by the agreement of rational people. As for infinite regress in effects, there is a well-known dispute, and all these matters are expanded elsewhere. What is intended here is that the perfection, possible for an existent, that admits of no deficiency is necessary for the necessary existent. It inseparably belongs to him. It cannot be impossible for him while it is possible for an existent. Nor is it admissible that he be possibly existent and possibly non-existent, because then he would need something other than himself for being described by it. Either each of the two gives the other perfection, or else this second is the giver. If the first, then that other described by the attributes of perfection would be, in that case, the perfect Lord who bestows perfection upon others. And if the first alternative were true, it would follow that each of them bestows upon the other the attributes of perfection, which entails that each influences the other, such as each being an agent who makes the other knowing, powerful, living. And that is an impossible circularity, as has been made clear. Thus it is established that his being characterized by attributes of perfection is something necessary for him, from which it is impossible that he be divested, and this is what is sought. The fourth aspect, one may say to these people, these two, negation and affirmation, stand opposed in the manner of privation and possession, according to their own terminology. Otherwise, everything in which there is no life is called dead and a corpse. God, exalted is he, says, "And those whom they invoke besides God create nothing, but are themselves created, dead, not living." 16, 20, 21. Thus he called the lifeless idols dead, and the land is called dead land, as the prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Whoever revives dead land, it belongs to him." The fifth aspect, one may say, every individual entity is receptive of life, and God is able to create life and its continuance in everything. The sixth aspect, one may say, you are the ones who do not call him dead or ignorant or incapable. Yet then you ought to say, he is neither blind nor knowing, nor capable, but the very negation of these attributes in him contains the same deficiency as our saying dead, ignorant, and incapable, and more. For this reason, the deficiency of inanimate matter is greater than the deficiency of the blind. Thus, whatever is excused in lacking a perfection is still established as lacking it, under a more general negation and with an added deficiency. The seventh aspect, one may say to these negators, you fled from these names out of fear of likening. If you restrict yourselves to negating affirmation, you liken him to the non-existent. And if you negate both affirmation and negation, saying he is neither existent nor non-existent, you liken him to the impossible. You fled from likening him to the Most High, the perfect, yet you likened him to the Most High in deficiency. Then you likened him to the non-existent. Then you likened him to the impossible. So you became worse than one who seeks refuge from scorching heat, only to plunge into fire. This is the necessary consequence for everyone who negates something with which God has described himself. He cannot escape, except that he falls into what is like it or worse than it, together with denying God's report and stripping him of the attributes of perfection established for him. Among them is a third group who say, we do not say, neither existent nor non-existent, neither living nor dead. We do not negate the two contradictories, rather we remain silent about both. We refrain from both contradictories, we make no judgment, neither this nor that. So we do not say neither existent nor non-existent, but we also do not say he is existent, and we do not say he is non-existent. And among people are those who relate something like this from Al-Hallaj. In truth, this statement is plain ignorance and plain unbelief, for its very content is turning away from affirming God. from knowing him, loving him, remembering him, worshipping him, and calling upon him. These are of the kind of sophists, those feigning ignorance, the agnostics, who say we do not know whether realities are affirmed or negated, and whether knowledge is possible or not possible. Sophistry has types. One of them is the saying of these. The second, the saying of those who belie, deny, and negate, those who assert the negation of realities and of knowing them. The third, those who make realities follow belief. Whoever believes a thing to be real, it is real for him, and whoever denies it, it is denied for him. They do not hold that realities have a state in themselves, independent of the believer. The fourth type, the saying of those who claim realities exist, but there is no path to knowing them, either because the world is in constant flux, so its reality cannot be known, or for some other reason. These four types are found among those atheists. Among them are the Rafidite feigners of ignorance who say, we neither affirm nor negate, and among them are the deniers who negate, and among them are those who make realities follow belief, just as is related of a group that declares each of the proponents of mutually contradictory statements to be correct. Likewise do some of the adherents of unity say, such as Ibn Arab and others like him, that everyone who holds some belief about God is correct in it, to the point that he said, "The creatures have formed beliefs about the divine, and I have embraced all that they have believed." As for the fourth type, it is the final destination of what the leading Jamiyah say, bewilderment and doubt, because evidences appear to them to be evenly balanced, or because a guiding proof is absent for some of them. And in the eyes of the adherents of unity, this is the highest knowledge of God. Exalted is He. The discussion of these matters is expanded elsewhere. What is intended here is to call attention to the meeting points of these sayings and to the springs of misguidance. They took the word likening in the sense of an undifferentiated shared generality, and thus sought to negate it in every one of its meanings. Yet it is known that there are no two existents, except that between them there is some measure of agreement. And if the shared universal meaning exists only in minds, and not in external things, then there must still be between the individuals denoted by a universal name a kind of resemblance, inasmuch as they agree in that general meaning. This is a subject in which many people have gone astray regarding the rulings of universals, matters in which their minds become alike. Among them are those who make the universal fixed in the external world as a universal, and among them are those who say its individuals are not realized except in mere words. This is the question of states, over which many people have become confused. And the sound understanding is that it is necessary that there be some resemblance in the external world, and that every general meaning is in the mind, without there being in the external world some universal as such, or something that is neither existent nor non-existent. So it is said to these people, the forbidden likening is only that the Creator resemble the created in something that belongs to the created's distinctive properties, or that the created resemble the Creator in something that belongs to the Creator's attributes. For the Lord, exalted is He, is far above being described by anything of the created's distinctive properties, and far above having an equal in anything of His attributes of perfection. Likewise, it is impossible that anyone else share with Him in anything of His divinity in any respect. Indeed, it is impossible that two created things share in something that exists in the external world. Rather, every existent in the external world is particular to itself, by its essence and by the attributes subsisting in it, never shared by anything else at all. And when it is said, these two share in such and such, the reality is that this resembles that in that meaning, just as when it is said, this human shares with that human in humanity, or this animal shares with that animal in animality. Its meaning is that they resemble one another in that meaning. Otherwise, the human soul in which a person subsists is not shared by anyone else. They share only in the kind absolute humanity, not in the humanity subsisting in him. Absolute shared humanity exists only in the mind. It does not exist among concrete things as an absolute sharing. For whatever exists in the external world admits of no sharing at all, and whatever is spoken of as shared is but the absolute universal, which is never an absolute universal except in the mind. So, if a created being is not shared by any other in what belongs to it of its very essence, its attributes and its acts, then the Creator is far more worthy that none should share with him in anything that belongs to him, exalted is he. And yet a created being may match another created being, be its equal, and bear the same name. But God, glorified and exalted, has neither peer, nor like, nor equal. And mere agreement in some names and attributes of the sort that entails a kind of resemblance does not, by itself, require full likeness or parity. Rather, it is inevitable for any two existents that they agree in some names and attributes, and resemble one another from that aspect. Thus, whoever negates what must inevitably be affirmed becomes one who divests God of his realities. And whoever makes anything among God's attributes identical to something among the attributes of created beings becomes one who assimilates God to creation. The truth is to negate assimilation and to negate divestment. It is necessary to affirm the attributes of perfection, which necessarily negates divestment. And it is necessary to affirm his unique exclusivity in what belongs to him, in a manner that negates assimilation. Yet there is a group of people who make assimilation and likening one and the same. They say, it is impossible that a thing resemble something else in one respect and differ from it in another. Rather, in their view, every two different things, like blackness and whiteness, do not resemble one another in any respect. They resemble each other in one respect, and every two things that resemble one another are, in their view, like bodies. They say, for their resemblance is, in their understanding, likeness from every angle. There is no difference between them except in incidental adventitious matters. These people say everyone who affirms what, in their terminology, entails corporealism is one who likens and assimilates. This is the method of many among the practitioners of speculative theology, the Mu'tazila and the Ash'ariyah, and those who agreed with them, such as Al-Qadr Abu Ya'la in his book and others. But the great majority of people say, a thing may resemble another in one respect, and not in another. This is what has been transmitted from the early generations and the leading imams, such as Imam Ahmad and others. For this reason they denounce those who negate all resemblance between one existent and another in every respect, and they say there are no two existents except that one resembles the other in some respects. Attributes, then, are of two kinds. One kind consists of attributes of deficiency. These must be negated of him in an absolute sense, such as death, incapacity, and ignorance. The other kind consists of attributes of perfection, and with regard to these it is impossible that anything should be equal to him. Likewise, whatever is distinctive to created beings is impossible to ascribe to the Lord. Hence, the Lord is not described by anything of deficiency, nor by anything that is a distinctive property of created beings. And everything that is a distinctive property of created beings is necessarily bound up with deficiency. As for the attributes of perfection established for him, it is impossible that anything among all things should be like him in them. And in this manner came the revealed scriptures. For God, exalted is he, described himself in them with the attributes of perfection in a detailed way. He has told that he knows everything, that he has power over everything, that he is mighty and wise, forgiving and loving, hearing and seeing, along with all else of his names and attributes. And he has told that there is nothing like unto him, and that none is comparable to him. And he, exalted is he, says, can you find any that could be named alongside him? 1965. Thus he affirmed for himself what he deserves of perfection by affirming names and attributes, and negated of himself any likeness to created beings. For this reason, the way of the early generations of this community and its imams has been that they describe God, glorified and exalted, by what he described himself with, and by what his messenger described him with, without distortion and without negation, and without asking how, and without assimilation. They affirm for him names and attributes, and negate of him any likeness to created beings, affirmation without assimilation, and transcendence without divestment. As he, exalted is he, says, there is nothing like unto him, and he alone is the all-hearing, the all-seeing. 42:11. His saying, there is nothing like unto him, is a refutation of the people of assimilation. And his saying, and he alone is the all-hearing, the all-seeing, is a refutation of the people of divestment. These, those who negate the names, are among the extremists of the Jamiyah, the esoteric Batiniya, and the philosophers. They only gained the upper hand over the Mu'tazila through negating the attributes, and they took the term likening in a shared, ambiguous sense, just as the Mu'tazila had done with the people of the Sunnah and the community, those who affirm the attributes. When the Mu'tazila made affirming the attributes a kind of false likening, those others forced them in return to accept the consequences of their own claim, until they compelled them to negate the most beautiful names. But the matter is the reverse of what they imagined. For affirming the names is true, and it necessarily entails affirming the attributes. For affirming one who is living without life, and knowing without knowledge, and powerful without power, is like affirming a mover without motion, a speaker without speech, a willer without will, and one who prays without prayer, and the like of this, wherein one affirms the doer name while negating the reality of the verbal noun that necessarily belongs to that doer name. Whoever affirms what is entailed while negating what necessarily follows it, his statement is false. And similarly, these negators of attributes, while they sought to do well, say affirming the attributes entails composition and corporealism. This is either because, in their terminology, an attribute can subsist only in a body, and a body is composite in their terminology, or because affirming knowledge, power, and the like entails affirming multiple realities, and that, so they claim, is composition. And the atheistic philosophers were followed in negating the attributes by negating what they call composition. They said composition has 5 types, and all of them must be negated of God. First, composition of existence and quiddity. Hence, they claim he would have no reality other than absolute existence conditioned by absolute unrestrictedness. For if he had a reality other than that, it would itself be described by existence. And then, since necessary existence would be attached to that reality and would be an effect of it, the necessary existent would become an effect. Second, composition of general and particular, such as the composition of a species from genus and differentia. This, they say, must be negated. Third, composition of essence and attributes. This, they say, must be negated. These three, they claim, are compositions in quality. Fourth, composition in quantity per muso, namely, the composition of a body out of its parts, either out of indivisible atoms, which is sensory composition, or out of matter and form, which is rational composition. These two are the fourth and the fifth. The refutation of them has been set out in detail elsewhere, but here we point to some of it and say these matters are not composition in reality. Even if one were to suppose them to be composition, as you claim, you have no proof for negating them. Rather, proof requires affirming the meanings you have named composition. Thus, there are three premises. The first, to say that you have no proof for negating these meanings, you have called composition. For their mainstay in negating composition is their claim that whatever is composite is in need of its part and of the part of another, and the necessary existent cannot be in need of anything other than himself. This discourse was relied upon by Ibn Sina and his followers, such as Al-Raza and others, and upon it they built their talk of God's self-sufficiency and their divestment of him of attributes. And it is among the falsest of discourse. For the term composition may bear multiple meanings, depending on varying usages. One says composite of what has been put together by another, as God, exalted is he, says, "In whatever form he wills, he composes you." 82:8. And one says, "He assembled the door in its place," and the like. This is the linguistic meaning of composite, and one may say composite of what was scattered and then gathered, like compound foods and compound medicines. And one may say composite of what can be separated, part from part, like the limbs of a human being, even if we do not know of any state of original separation in the beginning. And one may say composite of what is merely pointed to, like the sun and the celestial sphere, before one knows whether separation from it is possible. And one may say composite of what can be known in part without knowing the whole. As one may know that something is powerful before one knows that it is hearing and seeing. Now, if this is so, then it is clear that when they say affirming the attributes entails composition, they do not mean the first and second senses. For affirming the attributes is necessary with regard to God. Exalted is he. It is impossible that attributes of perfection cease to be his, and it is impossible that anything contrary to his self-sufficiency, such as separation and the like, be admissible concerning him. For he is the one, the everlasting refuge. He begets not, and is not begotten. 112:1-3. And likewise, when they say the composite is in need of its parts, the word part may mean what is joined to something else until the whole is formed, like one date in a heap of dates or a portion of food. And part may mean what is a portion of something else, even if its separation is not known or its separation is not possible. And they may even bring into this the life inseparable from the living and the knowledge inseparable from the knowing, just as they say animality and rationality are parts of the human being, and they are two inseparable qualities without which the human being cannot exist. And likewise, the word need may be intended as the need of an effect for its cause and of a manufactured thing for its maker, and it may be intended as the need of an attribute for its locus in which it subsists. And it may also be intended as mere mutual entailment, namely that the described entails its attributes of perfection. And likewise the word other may be intended to mean what is distinct from a thing, and it may be intended to mean what the thing can be known without. For this reason, people have disputed about God's attributes, indeed about the attribute of every described and about every part of every whole. Is it said to be other than it or not? One group said the described's attribute and the whole's part is not other than it, since it does not exist except through it. Another group said, rather, it is other than it, since it can be known without it. Hence, the early generations and the Imams refrained from applying to God's attributes, his speech, his knowledge, and the like, the statement that they are other than him, or not other than him. For this reason, when they questioned Imam Ahmad in the ordeal, and the Caliph al-Mu'tasim commanded his judge Abd al-Rahman ibn Ishaq to debate him, the judge asked him, "What do you say about the Qur'an? Is it God or other than God?" Imam Ahmad countered him by speaking of knowledge and said, "What do you say about God's knowledge? Is it God or other than God?" So the man fell silent. For if the speaker were to tell them the Qur'an is God, that would be error and unbelief. And if he were to say, "Other than God," they would say, "Whatever is other than God is created." Thus Imam Ahmad confronted them with knowledge. The same division applies there, yet it is not permissible to say that God's knowledge is created. And this is clarified by the fact that the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Whoever swears by other than God has committed association." Yet it is established that he swore by God's might, and that the one who swears seeks God's forgiveness, and the like of this from his attributes. Thus it is known that the one who swears by his attributes has not sworn by other than him. And if it were permissible to say of an attribute that it is other than him, then swearing by it would be swearing by other than him. If someone says, "The one who swears by his attribute swears by him," because the attribute entails the described, and it is the described that is intended by the oath, it is said to them, "Then why do you not likewise include within the statement, 'It is other than God,' his acts, which necessarily belong to him and are inseparable from him, and his speech, which necessarily belongs to him and is inseparable from him?" For the attribute enters into the very meaning of the described. Thus, when someone says, "I worshipped God," or "I remembered God," and the like, the name God contains within it his attributes inseparable from his essence. So if it is then said, "They are other than God," one may understand from it that they lie outside the meaning denoted by his name, and this is false. For this reason it may be said they are other than the essence, but not said they are other than God. For the term essence suggests a thing distinct from the attribute. Unlike the name of God, exalted is he, which contains within it his attributes of perfection. Yet our saying it is other than the essence does not entail that it is possible for it to exist without the essence. For in external reality there is no essence stripped of attributes, nor attributes stripped of an essence. That is intrinsically impossible. And whoever among the affirmers says he has attributes additional to his essence, the reality of his statement is that they are additional to what the affirmer has mentally affirmed of essence, insofar as he acknowledged an essence yet did not acknowledge what that essence implies. But in external reality there is no essence stripped of attributes such that one may say the attributes are additional to it. Indeed, the word essence in its origin is the feminine of possessor, as in his saying, "And set right what lies between you." 8.1. And his saying, "Knowing what lies hidden in hearts." 3:119. And this construction necessarily entails an annexation. But the theologians cut it off from annexation and made it definite, saying the essence, and then they speak of its reality that has attributes. Thus, once the term essence is accepted, it necessarily entails attributes, and it is impossible, externally, rationally, and linguistically, for there to exist an essence stripped of attributes. Whoever imagines an essence without attributes has imagined an impossibility, like imagining a blackness that is not a colour, or knowledge without a knower, or a knower without knowledge, and the like of impossible things. These meanings are explained elsewhere. What is intended here is that this stratagem by which they negate the attributes, namely their reliance on negating what they call composition, is built upon ambiguous shared terms that mislead. Thus, when they say affirming the attributes is composition, and the composite is in need of its part, and its part is other than it, and the one in need of something other than it is not necessary by itself, it is said to them. If by other you mean something distinct from it and separate from it, this is false. But if you mean that which enters into the meaning of its own name, then what you are truly saying is, the composite does not exist except with the existence of its part. The whole does not exist except with the existence of some of its constituents, and the collective does not exist except with the existence of its individuals. And it is obvious that when someone says, a thing does not exist except with its own existence, this is true. Likewise, if it is said, it does not exist except with the existence of what is within itself, what is called attributes and parts and the like. If it is then said, this entails that it is in need of something other than itself, it is known that this is less than its being in need of itself. For if it does not exist except by itself, then it is a fortiori true that it does not exist except by what enters into itself. And when it is said it exists only by itself, this does not prevent it from being necessary by itself. Therefore, when it is said, it exists only by what is included in the meaning of its own name, this is even more fitting not to prevent its being necessary by itself. For dependence upon the whole is greater than dependence upon the part. Whoever depends on the whole of 10 depends more intensely than one who depends on one out of 10. Thus, if the whole does not exist except through the whole, and this does not prevent the whole from being dependent upon itself, then it is even more fitting that it should not prevent the whole from being dependent upon one of its individuals, more fitting and more so. And if it is said its part is other than it, and the one who depends upon what is distinct from it is possible by itself, it is said, if what you mean by this is that one who depends upon what is distinct from it is possible by itself, this is not what our discussion is about. What I mean is this: that which depends on what is contained within its own reality can still be possible by itself. Indeed, this is self-evidently corrupt by necessity, for its dependence on what is within itself is not greater than its dependence on itself. And if it is existent by itself, in the sense that it does not depend on anything separate from it, it does not follow from this that its very self does not depend on itself. Likewise, it does not follow that it does not depend on what enters into the meaning of its own reality. And if it is said, it depends on itself, this may mean two things. One is that it depends on doing itself, and the like, and this is impossible in itself, for nothing can be the doer of its own self, and the knowledge of this is necessary. But if what is meant is that its self is not except through its own self, that it cannot dispense with its own self, and that the existence of itself without itself is impossible, then this is true, and it is something that must be so. And if it is said, it depends on what enters within its own self, whether it is called an attribute or a part, or something else. It is asked, do you mean that this part is the doer that brings it into being, or something like that? This is impossible, false, and no rational person would say it. But if you mean that it does not exist except through the existence of that, and that its existence without it is impossible, and the like, then what is conceived here is less than what is conceived regarding itself. For if itself does not exist except through its own self, then, by way of necessity, it does not exist except through what enters within its own self. And if that is something necessary, there is no objection in it. Rather, this is the worthier way. And if imagining the self's independence of its own self entails its non-existence, then imagining its existence without what enters into the very meaning of its own reality likewise entails its non-existence in truth. These things that they negated of the necessary existent entail his non-existence and impossibility. That is why they were among the most self-contradictory of people. They describe the necessary existent with what makes existence impossible. Hence, they made him absolute existence, either on condition of being absolute or on condition of negating all affirmative realities, as Ibn Sina and his followers stated plainly. Yet they have established in their Greek logic what pure reason knows clearly, that the absolute conditioned by absoluteness exists only in minds, not in concrete things, like absolute man on condition of being absolute, and absolute body on condition of being absolute, and absolute animal on condition of being absolute. With this, they intended to distinguish between that and existence, which for them is the subject of the first philosophy and the higher wisdom, the higher science in their view, which investigates existence and what follows from it. For existence in itself is divided, according to them, into necessary and possible, beginningless and originated, subsisting in itself and subsisting in another. And the basis of the division is common to the divisions, so this existence encompasses both divisions, the necessary and the possible. This is the absolute without condition, the natural universal. Yet they made one of the two divisions, namely the necessary, into the absolute conditioned by absoluteness. Likewise, they made sheer non-existence the distinguishing mark of the necessary existent as against the possible, so that sheer non-existence would become a differentia or a property. This too is false, for two things that share in existence cannot be distinguished one from the other except by something existential. And if one supposes that the distinguishing mark is negative, then the necessary would be distinguished by something negative, while the possible would be distinguished by something existential. And existence is more perfect than non-existence. Thus every possible thing, every created being, according to Ibn Sina, would be more perfect than the necessary existent, the beginningless. For both would share in existence, and the Lord would be distinguished by the absence of affirmative realities, while the created would be distinguished by existential realities. And this discourse, in their eyes, is the summit of monotheism, verification, and wisdom, while in truth it is the summit of divestment, unbelief, ignorance, and misguidance. For the absolute conditioned by absoluteness exists in minds, not in concrete things. They themselves concede this and establish it in their logic. They say universals are of three kinds: natural, logical, and intellectual. The natural is the absolute reality, such as humanity and animality. The logical is what befalls these in the way of universality and generality. And the intellectual is what is composed of the two. the natural taken on condition of being universal. This intellectual universal exists only in the mind, likewise the logical. As for the natural universal, they say it exists externally, but it exists only as a particularized, individuated thing. They also say it is a part of the particular, and that quiddity in the external world is additional to the existence that is fixed in the external world. And they report of Plato's followers that they affirmed the intellectual universal in the external world, abstracted from concrete things, and they berated them with severe denunciation. And those who say that the Lord is absolute existence on condition of absoluteness rebut Plato's followers who affirmed the Platonic forms, universals abstracted from particulars, saying they exist in minds, not in concrete things. Yet even if one were to suppose that such universals exist externally, they would have to be fixed, individuated entities in the external world, abstracted. And if one were to suppose that there were in the external world an absolute existence on condition of absoluteness, it would be a universal, all-encompassing generality, and would necessarily have individuated instances in the external world. And it would apply to the necessary and the possible just as it applies to the beginningless and the originated, substance and accident. And it would apply to all other universal meanings and their instances, whether one calls them genus, species, differentia, property, or general accident. Hence, it is impossible that these universal generalities are themselves the individuated existing things included under them. Therefore, if one grants that the absolute without condition, the natural universal, exists externally, then it exists only as a particular, and the particular is not the absolute. The utmost they could then say is it is a part of the particular or an attribute of it, and this would entail that the Lord of the worlds is a part of created beings or an attribute of them. They erred from two angles. One is their imagining that in the external world there exist absolute universals, whereas it is not so. Rather, what the mind conceives as an absolute universal does exist externally, but only as something particular, specified. The second is that even if one were to grant that there exists externally an absolute universal, it is beyond doubt that every particular existent is individuated, specified, distinguished from what is other than it. This is not that, and the existence of this is not the existence of that. So how can their existence be the existence of the Lord of the worlds? Thus, in every case, one must affirm a necessary existent by himself, distinct from this absolute, whether it is said that there are absolute universals distinct from particulars, as Plato's followers claim, or it is said that they exist only as concomitants inseparable from particulars, as Aristotle's followers claim. And the people of unity, who speak of the oneness of existence, such as those among them who say it is the absolute existence, like Ibn Sabin, Al-Kuno, and their likes, some of them, like Al-Kuno, said it is the absolute without condition, so that it may exist externally. This too is false, for the absolute without condition applies to the two divisions, the necessary and the possible. So the possible would enter into the very meaning of necessary existent. They only differentiated between the two on the basis of claiming that the existence of the possible is additional to its reality, yet this is false, and that the necessary is distinguished only by negative restrictions. But negatives, in their own view, do not differentiate. Rather, differentiation between two existents occurs only through existential realities. And since the absolute, for whoever says it exists externally, is a part of the particular, it would follow that the Lord of the worlds is a part of every created thing. Moreover, The external world contains no whole and no absolute, except what is particular and individuated. Yet what is universal in minds exists among concrete things, but as something particular and individuated. Likewise, those who say the necessary existent is absolute or restricted by negative realities, like Ibn Sunnah, the people of unity and others, do not in truth affirm for him any reality or attribute or measure. But an existent must have a reality that entails and necessitates its attribute and its measure. Thus they are among the people most guilty of divesting the Creator while claiming they affirm him. This has been expounded elsewhere. The messengers, God's blessings be upon them, came with detailed affirmation and concise negation. These people are their opposite. They came with detailed negation and vague affirmation. For the messengers informed, just as God informed in his book with which he sent his messenger, that he is knowing of everything, powerful over everything, that he is wise, mighty, forgiving, loving, that he created the heavens and the earth and what is between them in 6 days, then established himself over the throne, that he spoke to Moses speaking directly, that he manifested himself to the mountain and made it crumble, that he sent down the book upon his servant, and other than that of his names and attributes, and he spoke in negation and transcendence. There is nothing like unto him, 42:11, and none is comparable to him, 112:4. Can you find any that could be named alongside him? 19-65. But these atheists came with detailed negation and vague affirmation. In negation, they said, he is not such and such, nor such and such, nor such and such. Nothing comes near him, and he comes near nothing. He is not seen in this world, nor in the next. He has no speech subsisting in him. He has no life, no knowledge, no power, and nothing else besides that. He cannot be pointed to. He is not specified. He is neither distinct from the world, nor within it, neither inside it, nor outside it, along with other negative expressions that apply only to what is non-existent. Then, in affirmation, they said, he is an absolute existence, or an existence restricted by negative realities. And they said, we do not say existent or non-existent, or they said, he is neither existent nor non-existent. Thus, at times, they abolish both contradictories. At times, they refuse to affirm one of the two contradictories. At times, they follow this path in negating existence itself. And at times, with regard to what an existent is described by life, knowledge, power, speech, and all other attributes. So they negated reality and began to speak of affirmative meanings as composition, as has preceded. We have already mentioned that calling this composition is a mere convention they agreed upon. Otherwise, affirming such meanings is not called composition in the known language. For composite is said only of what a composer has composed, and such a meaning is impossible with respect to him. He is existent by himself, independent of all besides him. He is the agent of all besides him, and all besides him is his creation. So if one supposes him described by multiple attributes, no one has assembled him, nor assembled them within him. People have disputed about created bodies, such as the planets, the sphere, air, water, and other things. Some said they are composed of indivisible substances. Others said they are composed of matter and form. Some differentiated between the celestial body and the elemental body. What is correct, according to the verifying minds among the various schools, is that they are not composed of this or that. This is the view of most of the schools of rational inquiry, such as the Hashimiyyah, the Dirariyyah, the Najariyyah, the Kulabiyyah, and a group among the Karamiyyah and others. People have also disputed, does a body admit of division up to a finite limit, namely indivisible atoms? Or does it admit of division without end? Or does it admit of division to a limit without affirming indivisible atoms? There are three views, the third is correct. For affirming an indivisible atom that does not accept division is false in many respects. Among them, that no existent is without some part distinguishable from another part, and affirming divisions without end in something confined between two present bounds is impossible, since it is impossible for what has no end to exist within what has an end, and impossible that it be contained within it. Yet a body, like water, accepts finite divisions until its parts become extremely small. Then, when they become extremely small, it transforms into another body. Thus there does not remain something that both divides and does not divide without end. Rather, it transforms when it becomes minute and no longer accepts actual division, though in itself there remains distinguishability of one part from another. And not everything in which one thing can be distinguished from another necessarily accepts division in actuality. Rather, it may be too weak for that. And it is impossible for it to persist while the condition of extreme minuteness of parts holds. It must transform. For every existing body must have some measure and must have some attribute. So when its strength to remain qualified by that attribute becomes weak, it joins to something else, either with transformation if the other is not of its kind, or without transformation, like a small droplet of water. If it becomes extremely small, it must either transform into air or earth, or it must join another water. Otherwise, the small droplet does not remain alone. And likewise the other extremely small parts of all bodies. This has its proper place of elaboration. But we have pointed to it here because these matters are the beginning of confusion, dispute, and agitation in these chapters. So, if what they claimed of sensible composition in the bodies we perceive is false, then what of unseen matters whose reality we do not know? And what of what they claim of rational composition, as in their saying, if he had a reality, existence would be an attribute of it. So he would be composite, and necessary existence would be caused by something other than himself. It is said to them, rather, he has a reality by which he is distinct from all besides him. Indeed, every existent has a reality that is uniquely its own, so the Creator is more entitled to that. As for their saying existence would be an attribute of it, this would only be said if existence were a verbal noun, in the sense of he found, he finds, finding. And there is no doubt that the word existence in Arabic is a verbal noun. He found, he finds, finding, as in God saying, and he will find God with him. 24:39. But when the people of inquiry and knowledge say, this is existent, they do not mean that someone else has found it, nor do they mean that someone else has made for it an existence subsisting in it. Rather, they mean that it is real and established, neither non-existent nor impossible. Thus, if one says this human being is existent, what is meant is not that there is an existence subsisting in this human being as an attribute of him. Rather, our saying this human being is existent means he is fixed and real, not non-existent and not impossible. And his existence in the external world is not an extra measure added onto his reality existing in the external world. Rather, the very reality which is his quiddity existing externally is his fixed existence in the external world. But if by reality one means what is conceived in the mind, namely the mental quiddity, just as a triangle is conceived in the mind before it is fixed in the external world, then the quiddity fixed in minds is other than the reality existing among concrete things. So whoever says the existence of everything is identical with its quiddity, as some theologians among the affirmers say, has spoken correctly if he means that the existence fixed in the external world is the quiddity fixed in the external world. And whoever says the existence of everything is other than its quiddity, as Abu Hashim al-Jubba and those like him say, has spoken correctly if he means that the existence fixed in the external world is other than the quiddity fixed in the mind. But if they mean what is known from their doctrine, that in the external world there are fixed quiddities, namely the non-existent fixed in its state of non-existence, and that existence is an attribute of that quiddity, then this is an error. And even more erroneous than these are certain philosophers, like Ibn Sina and his likes, who said the possible being's existence in the external world is additional to its quiddity, whereas the necessary's existence in the external world is identical with his quiddity. Their error is greater because they erred from two angles. One, affirming realities in the external world other than the stable existence in the external world. Two, making the necessary existent an absolute existence that has no reality except existence as such, and claiming that it is distinguished from other things only by negative or relational considerations, while they themselves say, in their logic, that negative and relational considerations do not distinguish between two things that share in a universal existential meaning. Rather, differentiation occurs only through affirmative realities. Moreover, if the necessary existent is not distinguished except by a privative negative factor, while every one of the possible beings is distinguished by some affirmative existent factor, then every one of the possible beings would be more perfect than he. And moreover, a mere negation, if it contains no affirmative reality, is not an attribute of perfection. It is only perfection when it includes an affirmative reality, such as his saying, "Neither slumber overtakes him nor sleep." 2:255. Those Mu'tazila and those among the later scholars who agreed with them, like Abu Hashim and Al-Raza, in one of his two views, and others, when they said that necessary existence is an attribute of the reality, and those who sometimes aim to agree with them in this principle so they distinguish between a thing's existence and its reality in the external world, as Abu al-Hasan ibn al-Zaghuna and others like him do in some places, then their statement, despite its errors, is still better than the statement of those others. As for what these latter people intend against them, namely that necessary existence cannot be an effect, they are told, "Do you mean by this that the necessary existent by virtue of himself is neither something made nor something caused by an efficient cause? Or do you mean that existence is not an attribute of an existent quiddity, and that existence is not an effect of a receptive cause rather than an efficient cause? Or do you mean something else? If you mean the first, it is true. But nothing in our saying that necessary existence is an attribute of the necessary quiddity entails that it is caused by an efficient cause. And if you mean that it cannot be an attribute of the necessary existent, this is not accepted. Rather, existence is an attribute of the necessary, and being existent is an attribute of what exists. And the necessary by himself is the one described by necessity, for necessity is the necessary itself, and the existent by himself is the necessary existent. It is not the case that his existence is itself the necessary by himself. This is one answer. A second answer is that existence, or necessity, being the effect of a receptive cause is not impossible. What is impossible is that it be the effect of an efficient cause. For the receptive cause is like a described subject receptive to its attribute, while the efficient cause is like the originator who brings about what he makes. The proof shows that the necessary by himself, together with his necessity and his existence, is neither made nor caused by an efficient agent. But it does not show that the necessary cannot be an attribute of the necessary, or that existence cannot be an attribute of what exists, on the view of those who say that a thing's existence is something added to its reality. Thus those Mu'tazila, and those who agree with them in their claim that a thing's existence in the external world is something added to its quiddity, though their claim is erroneous, are still closer to the truth and farther from error than those philosophers who made his existence either absolute or restricted by non-existence, saying what pure reason knows to be impossible in many ways, along with what it contains of divesting, denial of the Lord of all the worlds, rejection of the messengers, and following a path other than that of the believers. As for the second kind of composition, namely composition of a particular and a universal, then it is said, we and you, together with the great majority of people, say that existence is divided into necessary and possible, and that what is common to this division is shared between the two divisions. This division pertains to meanings, not to mere shared words. Whether those meanings are of differing degrees, and their words are what is called gradated terms, or those meanings are equal, and their words are univocal. The general univocal term includes within it the gradated terms. Thus, if existence is divided into this and that, the necessary must be distinguished from other than it by something that is peculiar to it, and sheer privative negations do not yield distinction. It follows that there is composition in terms of what is shared and what is distinguishing, whether you classify existence among gradated terms or among univocal terms in a general univocality, or among univocal terms in a specific univocality. And it is also said, once we say that existence is divided into necessary and possible, then what is common to the division is a universal general meaning, and the universal is universal only in minds, not in external things. In that case, there is nothing among created things that is composed of what yields sharing and what yields distinction. Rather, every existent is characterized by the attributes subsisting in it, just as it is characterized by its very self and identity, in which none shares with it. Hence, if created beings are not composed in this respect, then the Creator is even more entitled not to be composed in this respect. But you have erred in your Greek logic. When you saw that the human being resembles other animals in animality, and is distinguished from them by rational speech, and that the horse resembles other animals in animality and is distinguished by neighing, you said the human being is composed of animality and rationality, and likewise the horse is composed of animality and neighing, or of animal and neighing, and so on with the rest of the species. You imagined that this composition has an effect in external reality. This is a grave error you fell into regarding the rational balance, the very rule by which you weigh intelligible meanings, which you presented as an instrument whose consideration the mind must always observe. For if the balance itself is tilted and not upright, the one who weighs will inevitably err in weighing. The detailed exposition of this error has been given elsewhere. One of the closest ways to make it clear is to say the human being existing in the external world is composed either of two accidents or of two substances. So when you say animality and rationality, or animal and rational, do you mean accidents, attributes that subsist in the human being? or do you mean substances, entities subsisting by themselves? If you say accidents, the corruption of your statement becomes evident. For the human being existing in the external world is a substance subsisting by itself, and substances are not composed of accidents. Nor are accidents prior to substances, nor are they the matter of substances. Rather, accidents subsist in the substance. They are in need of it, inhering within it, and the substance is their substratum in your terminology. And substratum is that locus which is self-sufficient in its own subsistence, without the inhering attribute. So, if the human being, in your view, is self-sufficient in his subsistence without his accidents, it is impossible that those accidents are his matter and his constitutive parts, and that he is composed of them. But if you say, rather, animality and rationality, or animal and rationale, are two substances subsisting by themselves, and the human being is composed of them, then this is known to be false by necessity. For we know that the human being is the rational animal. He is the sensing, growing body that moves by will and speaks by rational will. And the horse is the neighing animal. It is the sensing, growing body that moves by will and neighs. There is not within the human being a substance that is animal, and another substance that is rational, and a substance that is body, and another that is sensing, and another that is growing, and another that is moving by will. Rather, all these are names of the one human being. Each name points to an attribute among his attributes, and the thing named and described by them is one substance, not multiple substances. Thus it becomes clear that your claim, the human being existing in the external world is composed of this and that, is false, whatever you intend by it. And if you say that this is only a mental composition in the mind, then it is said mental composition is only according to what the mind supposes and posits. Whoever does not distinguish between the existence fixed in external reality and the mental suppositions is outside the realm of knowledge, and sunk in ignorance and dullness. This is the state of many of these people. Mental images became confounded for them with external realities, so they imagined that what is in minds is fixed in external things. Most of what they claim among the intelligibles, like universals and abstractions, such as the 10 intellects and matter and the like, are mental, not external, realities. They made, in their higher science and first philosophy, in which they divided existence into substance and accident, and made accident into 9 genera, as their first teacher Aristotle mentioned, what they called the 10 categories. They made substance a genus under which are 5 kinds, the 10 intellects, souls, matter, form, and body. They also disputed whether the necessary existent may be called a substance, holding 2 views. Now, these 4, intellects, souls, matter, and form, the last 2 of which they made parts of body, if the matter is examined honestly, turn out to be merely intelligible suppositions in minds, with no existence in concrete things. This is unlike body and its accidents. These are fixed in external reality. These matters are set out more fully elsewhere. What is intended here is to point out the source of their wrongdoing concerning the composition they claim through genus and differentia, or through general accident and property, and their claim that this is absent from the necessary existent. Once it is known that this is not composition in truth, and that whether you call it composition or not, it cannot be negated of any existent, neither necessary nor possible, then the misguidance of these people becomes clear. Those who went astray before and led many astray and strayed from the straight way. As for composition of essence and attributes, this too is not composition. For the human being, who is only living and rational, has no essence stripped of these attributes, such that one may say he is composed of that essence and these attributes. Rather, the very reality of his essence is nothing but a rational animal. Likewise, the Creator, exalted is He, who is only living, knowing and powerful, has no essence stripped of these attributes, such that one may say he is composed of an essence and attributes. If someone says one can conceive the essence stripped of attributes, then this is merely a composition in his own mind and imagination, as has been mentioned. And it is known that mental, rational and imaginal matters are not the same as realities existing in the external world. We have already mentioned their discourse on a body's composition from its sensible and rational parts. Thus it has become clear that what they called composition was an error in both word and meaning, and that even if one were to grant them the premise that this is composition, it still cannot be negated of any existent, neither necessary nor possible. Hence the two standpoints we mentioned become clear, that this is not composition, and that even if it were called composition, it cannot be negated. As for the third standpoint, it is said, affirming multiple meanings in the necessary existent and in other beings is a necessity from which there is no escape. Yet you yourselves, despite the extremity of your negative discourse, say that he is a necessary existent, and that he is intelligible, intellect, and one who understands, that he is delightful and the one delighted by him, lover, beloved, and love, along with other kinds besides these. As for the adherents of revealed religions, they agree that he is living, knowing, and powerful. And it is known that whoever makes his being living identical with his being knowing, and his being knowing identical with his being powerful, is among the most ignorant, most mendacious, and most sophistical of people. Likewise, whoever makes life identical with the living, and knowledge identical with the knowing, and power identical with the powerful, clear reason shows that each attribute is not the other, and not the very described subject itself. Likewise, whoever makes love identical with the lover, and delight identical with pleasure, and makes the intellect, which is the source of understanding, identical with the intellect that is the understanding agent, subsisting by itself. Whoever makes this identical with that is in obstinate denial, ignorance and sophistry of the same kind as the first. Thus, whoever makes meanings identical with the self-subsisting essence, or makes every meaning identical with the other meaning, is among the most ignorant, most mendacious, and most sophistical of people. He is even more ignorant than the Christians who say one in essence, three in hypostases, while also saying that the hypostasis of the Word is the one united with the Messiah to the exclusion of the others, and that he is God from true God. For if they make the hypostasis the very essence described by the three attributes, then the Messiah would be the Father. And if they make it an attribute, then the Messiah would not be God. For an attribute neither becomes incarnate, nor emerges, nor departs from what it describes. Hence the Christians are self-contradictory in monotheism, since it follows from their view that the essence must be the attribute, or that the one united must be the essence. Yet these others are even more self-contradictory than them, and their doctrine of monotheism is worse than the Christians' doctrines. But Yahya ibn Adra, the Christian philosopher, thought that if he made their doctrine of the Trinity resemble the philosophers' Trinity of the understanding agent, the understood object, and the intellect, he had thereby defended them by rational proofs. He did not realize that what he fled to is worse than what he fled from, and that the philosopher's claim about intellect, understanding agent, and understood object is, in the realm of reason itself, more void than the Christian's claim about Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. These matters are expanded elsewhere. We have only pointed to them here because they are the foundations of the discourse of these people who led astray among the sharpest minds of nations, those whose number none knows but God. They are the ones who claimed that the miracles of the prophets, peace be upon them, are merely psychic forces, and they built that upon their foundations about the world's beginninglessness, and that its originator is a complete cause, necessitating by his essence. And among the premises they treated lightly in support of that was the negation of attributes, which they grounded in what they called composition. Once the falsity of their foundation becomes known, it becomes clear that affirming the attributes of perfection is true, and then they can no longer say, "Volitional acts do not subsist in him," for they negated such subsistence only because they negated the attributes, not because he is beginningless. Indeed, in their view, the beginningless is the locus of temporal events. That is why they said the celestial sphere is beginningless, and temporal events occur within it. Whoever among the theologians says that the beginningless cannot be the locus of temporal events, such as the Mu'tazila, and those who followed them among the Kullabiyya and their followers, only said this because they held that whatever is the locus of temporal events is originated. As for the Mu'tazila, because one of their principles is that attributes are accidents, and accidents can subsist only in what is originated. As for the Kullabiyya and those who follow them, because one of their principles is that whatever can receive temporal events cannot be free of them, and whatever cannot be free of them is originated, because they hold that an endless chain of temporal events with no first is impossible. Those who disputed with them on this, from the people of Hadith, theology, philosophy, and others, include most of the people of Hadith, and many among the Murji'ah, the Shia, and the jurists, and others besides them, such as the Hashimiyyah, Abu Mu'ad al-Tuman, Dawood ibn al, the Karamiyyah, and many of the master philosophers among the earlier and later authorities. They dispute with them about one of the two premises, or both. They dispute their claim that whatever receives temporal events cannot be free of them, as the Hashimiyyah, the Karamiyyah, Abu Abdullah ibn al-Khatib, Abu al-Hasan al-Amid, and others dispute them. These and others criticize their claim that whatever receives temporal events cannot be free of them. As for their claim that temporal events without a first are impossible, this was disputed by the imams of the religions, the imams of philosophy, and the imams of the people of Hadith and Sunnah, and the majority of them disputed the theologians on this. The philosophers, earlier and later, also disputed them, such as Aristotle and those before him. For those philosophers who hold that the celestial spheres are beginningless say the beginningless can be the locus of temporal events without a first. But the adherents of revealed religions, and many of the philosophers as well, say everything other than God is created, coming to be after it had not been. And whatever is the locus of temporal events among possible beings is created and originated. Indeed, even whatever temporal events accompany among possible beings is created and originated, because it is impossible for temporal events to proceed from a complete cause that is beginningless and eternal. And the well-known doctrine of the master philosophers before Aristotle was the doctrine that the world is originated in time. The doctrine of its beginninglessness only became famous through Aristotle and those who followed him, such as Al-Farab, Ibn Sina, Ibn Rushd, and others like them. As for volitional acts subsisting, and attributes subsisting, in God exalted is He, this is the doctrine of the early community and its imams, received from the messenger of God. God bless him and grant him peace. It is what the Torah and the Gospel came with, and it is what pure rational insight indicates in full harmony with sound transmitted proof. Thus we know by clear reason that the world is originated in time, as the messengers informed. And we also know that the Lord has never ceased, nor will he ever cease, to be described by attributes of perfection. He did not become powerful after not having been, nor did he become speaking after not having been, nor did he become described as a creator and agent after not having been. Rather, he has never ceased to be described by the attributes of perfection that entail the perfection of his sayings and his acts. These matters are explained in detail elsewhere. What is intended here is to make clear what we have mentioned of the proof that everything other than God is originated in time, and that the true upshot of their view entails that temporal events would have no originator at all, since temporal events cannot proceed from a complete cause that is beginningless and eternal, and that everything originated, whether it is called an effect or a thing done, must, at the moment of its existence, is inseparable from the existence of everything by which it comes to be. So, if it is called an effect, then the complete cause must necessarily be present at the time of its existence. And if that cause is pre-eternal, while its efficacy is dependent on conditions, then those conditions must necessarily come to be at the moment of the effect's coming to be. It is not enough that they exist before its occurrence, as they claim. For the complete cause must accompany its effect, and the effect must accompany it. Thus, the effect cannot exist except together with the complete cause, with all its parts. For if any of its conditions were absent, while it was said to exist before the effect's coming to be, then the cause would precede the effect, and the effect would lag behind it. And this is impossible in a complete cause. Likewise, the capable acting agent must have his power, his will, and everything else that is taken into account in his act present, at the moment the originated thing comes to be. Thus, these are two aspects. As for their oft-cited argument for the world's beginninglessness, it is answered from several aspects. One of them is to say, the everlasting continuation of temporal events is either impossible or possible. If it is impossible, their doctrine is nullified, and it becomes known that temporal events have a beginning. And if it is possible, then it becomes possible that these celestial spheres themselves are originated, preceded by events before them, as the messengers have informed. For God, exalted is he, has informed that he created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and his throne was upon the waters. 11:7. On either estimation, the world's beginninglessness does not follow. And know that they have no sound proof at all for the world's beginninglessness. Rather, the utmost they can claim is that the agent's act must be perpetual. But if one grants that his act is, by his essence, perpetual, one thing after another, this invalidates their doctrine. And if one grants that every effect is originated, preceded by another originated effect, this too invalidates their doctrine. The second aspect is to say, this in itself nullifies your claim that if the agent's effect may be delayed after him, then the world may come to be, and the act may lag behind the agent. But if the effect must not lag behind him, then either temporal events must not exist at all, or they must be pre-eternal, or they must come to be without an originator, and all of that is false. Thus it becomes known that their claim of an agent from whom the effect does not lag behind is false. The third aspect is to say, the agent's giving preference to one of the two sides of the possible over the other is either possible or not. If it is possible, then the world's delay is possible, and the capable agent who acts by choice gives preference to its coming to be without any determinant. And if it is said, the agent cannot do that, then it is impossible that one who necessitates by his essence should give preference to anything over anything without a determinant. And it is known that the world has a specific measure, specific attributes, and successive temporal events, all of which are possible. Giving preference to these over other possibilities cannot be explained by the mere existence of an absolute, simple entity whose relation to all possibilities is one and the same. The fourth aspect is to say, the pre-eternal is either such that temporal events may subsist in it, or such that they may not. If they may not, then their claim of a beginningless world is void. For temporal events do subsist in it, and temporal events subsist in the spheres. But if temporal events may subsist in it, then it becomes possible that temporal events without end subsist in the pre-eternal, self-necessary being. And among them there could be what is a condition for the world's coming to be, just as they say that the motions of the spheres are a condition for the coming to be of events in the lower realm. Rather, the final consequence of what they themselves affirm is that the agent's act must be perpetual. So one must allow that his act is, by his very essence, perpetual, one thing after another, and this invalidates their doctrine. And one must allow that every effect is originated, preceded by an originated effect, and this invalidates their doctrine. The fifth aspect is to say, their argument is built upon the impossibility of preferring without a complete determinant, and upon the impossibility of infinite regress, while they themselves affirm both. For they affirm an infinite regress of temporal events, and they affirm that temporal events occur without a complete determinant. When they say we were only replying to one who affirmed a self stripped of act, and then said that it acted after not having acted, it is said to them. This is the view of certain groups among the people of speculative theology. It is not a view explicitly transmitted from the prophets, neither in the Torah, nor in the Gospel, nor in the Qur'an. And the invalidity of that view does not entail the world's beginninglessness, nor does it entail contradicting what the messengers conveyed. Rather, we say, if that view were possible, your refutation of it would be void, and if it were impossible, it still would not entail the perpetuity of the agent's act, nor the pre-eternity of these spheres, nor the pre-eternity of any particular possible thing. The sixth aspect is to say, your doctrine is even more impossible than that doctrine. For those people ascribed all temporal events to the pre-eternal agent, and said he acted after not having acted. Thus they affirmed for temporal events an agent, though they did not affirm a temporal cause. But you have made temporal events occur without any agent at all, because the pre-eternal self-necessary agent, in your view, is bound to his effect, which is his caused and necessitated outcome, and thus it cannot lag behind him. Hence nothing can come to be from him. So you end with the claim that these temporal events did not arise from him, thereby implying that temporal events have no originator. This is a greater corruption than the view of one who affirms for them an originator who brought them into being without a temporal cause. The seventh aspect is to say, everything you mention as a doubt against affirming the coming to be of this world will likewise bind you in the coming to be of every temporal event. For example, you say the agent must have an accident, and you say if the influence is pre-eternal, the effect must be pre-eternal, and the like. The only deception is that you began to argue for the pre-eternity of the spheres, or the materials of the spheres, by arguments in which there is nothing that entails that. Rather, either they entail the impossibility of negating acts and temporal events altogether, so their corruption is known by necessity and by agreement, or they entail that every temporal event is preceded by another event. And this does not prove the beginninglessness of this world. Rather, it proves that the Lord has never ceased to be an agent, either with acts subsisting in his own self or with effects separate from him that occur one after another. And neither of these entails the soundness of your doctrine. Rather, each of them contradicts your doctrine. At most, you can invalidate the view of some of the people of speculative theology, or their proof. But there is nothing in this that validates your doctrine, nor that nullifies what the messengers, God's blessings be upon them all, have conveyed. These matters have been expanded elsewhere. We only pointed to them here because they are the root of the claim of those who hold that the rending and splitting of the heavens will occur, and who say that prophethood belongs to the genus of psychic powers, and that miracles are psychic forces, until they make them the cause of what God brought about as the signs of the prophets. Though they still, alongside this, venerate the prophets, obligate obedience to their laws, and command. And they say the prophets laid down for mankind a law of justice by which people may live in this world. Hence, in what they report concerning the attributes of the prophets, they believe in part of the book and deny another part. They affirm some of the attributes with which the prophets, God's blessings and peace be upon them, were described, and they affirm some of the excellences God granted them, and they deny some. Now, what they liken to the prophets may occur to a righteous, learned man, and the inner addresses and unveilings they ascribe to the prophets occur to many among the righteous common folk. And what they have reported of truth is indeed truth, yet their abundance lies in what they have denied of truth. Thus we say, what they describe the prophets with, namely, that they possess distinctive gifts in knowledge, power, hearing, and sight by which they excel. This is true. But their claim that the utmost of the prophets' distinctive gifts is what they have mentioned is false. For we do not deny that God, exalted is he, singles out the prophet with a sanctified power by which he knows what others do not know. Nor do we deny what God may bring about for him, whether in wakefulness or in sleep, of true matters that correspond to realities. Nor do we deny that God may place in souls powers through which an influence in existence may occur. People have two doctrines in this regard. The early generations, the jurists, and the majority say, God has placed within concrete things powers and natures through which effects occur, just as he placed heating in fire and cooling in water and the like. A group among the people of speculative theology deny all of this. They say, there are in things no powers and natures that are causes of effects. Rather, God creates things at them, not by them. They also say there is in concrete things no power by which one is distinguished from another. Neither is there in bread a power by which it differs from drink, nor in water a power by which it differs from vinegar. Rather, God creates satiety and quenching at that moment, not by it. This doctrine is weak and contrary to revelation and reason. For God, exalted is he, says, and whatever God sends down from the sky of water, giving life thereby to the earth after its death. 2:164. And he says, and therewith we bring forth fruits of every kind. 7:57. And he says, and we send down water from the sky, and thereby cause gardens of joyous beauty to grow. 27:60. And like this, there is much in the book and the Sunnah, as has been set forth in its place. And what is intended here is this, that souls, or other than souls among created things, may have powers and natures through which some effects occur. This is not denied by revelation, nor by reason. But the claimant's assertion that the miracles of our prophet or of other prophets belong to this category is a tremendous slander. Those who speak in this way saw that some extraordinary events can be explained by ordinary natural causes, so they did it. Then, through their ignorance, they supposed that every such event is explained in that manner, and their minds were taken by extraordinary events outside their imagined natural law. For example, that some people remained for a time without eating or drinking. Thus, a group among people may remain for a month or two without eating. Ibn Sina took up this and said in his Pointers, "If you're told that a Noah remains for a period without eating or drinking, do not hasten to deny it, for within nature there are astonishing things." And he explained this by saying, "A sick man, if his digestive faculty is occupied in repelling the illness, food can remain stored for a time in which he neither eats nor drinks. Likewise, the knower, if his soul is wholly absorbed, the digestive faculties are drawn to it, and thus he does not digest food. What he said here, and things like it, is not false. People know that when the soul is preoccupied with great joy or great anger or a momentous concern, it may become too occupied for eating and drinking, and this has its causes. But this and what resembles it is not among the miracles of prophets, nor among what is exclusive to saints. For this reason, what they mention of influence is restricted in their view to what lies under the customary natural law. Thus, they do not imagine that an influencer can act within matter except upon what is receptive to it. They might say air is receptive, and because it can transform into water, an influencer may influence it so that the air becomes water, and thus rain falls. But it is known that the miracles of prophets are outside the natural patterns. An example of this is the staff being turned into a serpent, then the serpent swallowing what the sorcerers produced of rods and ropes. This lies outside the powers of soul and nature, because wood does not accept becoming an animal at all, nor can the natural powers become a staff. Rather, this is not achieved by powers of soul, nor by sorcery, nor by anything else, except that the sorcerer's utmost is to manipulate accidents in such a way that illness, killing, and the like result, things that other human beings are capable of. A man can strike another until he makes him ill, or kills him. So the sorcerer and the soothsayer and the like manipulate by powers of soul what the capable person can do in connected things, acting in a separated thing as the capable acts in the connected. This is among the known, measurable acts of servants. As for transforming concrete things into what their natures do not allow, like turning wood into a sensing animal that moves by will, or turning a staff into a serpent that swallows what it meets and does not change, this is not of the same kind as what is within the power of human beings, neither ordinary power nor rare power, nor is it achieved by powers of soul at all. That is why, when the sorcerers witnessed this, they knew that it lay outside the way of magic. Thus the sorcerers were thrown down in prostration, and they said, "We believe in the Lord of all the worlds, the Lord of Moses and Aaron." 26:46-48. This extraordinary event, by which the Maker was affirmed and the prophethood of his prophets was affirmed, is of such a kind that its occurrence in such a setting necessarily entails our knowing, by necessary knowledge, that it is from the capable one who acts by choice, sent to confirm Moses and to make manifest his superiority over the sorcerers. As God, exalted is he, says, "And Moses became inwardly afraid. We said, 'Do not fear, you shall indeed be the uppermost. Cast down what is in your right hand. It will swallow what they have contrived. All they have contrived is but a sorcerer's trick, and the sorcerer shall not prosper, wherever he may come. 20:67-69. And likewise the bringing forth of Salih's she-camel from solid rock. This is beyond the powers of souls and anything else. For this reason the leading philosophers denied these miracles. Perhaps they made up examples for them, and said what Moses brought was merely a staff of knowledge and his staff. Thus the mountains of ignorance and obstinacy swallowed them, as the courageous man swallows his enemy by his might, and the like. These are interpretations of the Karmatians which are known by necessity to be false and to contradict what is transmitted by uninterrupted transmission, and to contradict what Muslims and Jews have agreed upon. And the Christians who transmit these miracles are to be considered in the same light. Likewise the sun standing still for Joshua ibn Nun, and the splitting of the moon for our prophet. God bless him and grant him peace. These, in their view, are impossibilities that cannot occur through any psychic power, and they have no other explanation for that because the celestial sphere is always in motion, and it is known that these miracles are beyond doubt. The splitting of the moon has been reported by God in the Qur'an, and the reports about it have come by uninterrupted transmission, as in the two Sahas and elsewhere, from Ibn Mas'ud and Anas and Ibn Abbas and others. The Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, also used to recite this surah in the two Eids and the general Friday prayer. Thus the believers, the hypocrites, and those whose hearts are diseased would hear it. And it is known that had this not happened, though it was claimed, then either, first, it would be among the Prophet's purposes that people believe his claim and affirm what he brought, and he would not forever tell them something they know to be false, since that would alienate them and require them to accuse him of lying, and not to believe him. Or else, second, the believers would have been asking him about the least doubt. It is reported that this occurred in the Qur'an, even to the point that his wives questioned him. Thus Aisha challenged him concerning his saying, "And he will be called to account with an easy reckoning," 84:8. And she mentioned God saying, "Then he shall be called to account with an easy reckoning," 84:8, until he said to her, "That is the presentation." And she challenged him in a hadith concerning his saying, "No one who gives the pledge beneath the tree will enter the fire." And she mentioned God's saying, "And there is none of you but will pass through it." 1971, until he answered her with his saying, "Then we shall save those who were conscious of us." 1972. And Umar challenged him concerning his saying, "You shall most certainly enter the inviolable mosque, if God so wills, in security," 48:27, in the year of Al-Hudaybiyah, when the polytheists turned them back that year, until Abu Bakr said to him, as the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, had said to him, "Did I tell you that you would enter it this year?" He said, "No." He said, "Then you will enter it and circumambulate it." And if, alongside this, the Prophet were reciting to them every year, in the greatest gatherings, a surah whose beginning is, "The hour has drawn near, and the moon has split," 54:1, while this had not occurred, then this would be among the clearest of falsehoods and lies, and the believers would have questioned him about it, and the disbelievers would have used it as an argument against him. Thus it becomes clear that their claim, that the like of this belongs to the powers of the soul, is false. It is therefore the duty of everyone who seeks the truth to know that miracles are among God's acts, brought about by his will and power as signs of his messengers, and that they are not merely psychic forces. And the discussion returns to what we were in, that whatever comes to be, if it is called an effect, then the complete cause must exist at the time it comes to be. If the cause is pre-eternal, but its influence depends on conditions, then those conditions must be realized when the effect occurs. It is not enough that they existed before the effect occurred, as they claim. For the complete cause must accompany its effect, and its effect must accompany it. Thus, the effect cannot exist except together with the complete cause, with all its parts. For if any of its conditions were absent, then, even if it were claimed that the cause existed before the effect, the cause would precede the effect, and the effect would lag behind it, and this is impossible in a complete cause. Likewise, the capable agent must have his power, his will, and everything else taken into account in his act present at the time the originated thing comes to be. These are two aspects. As for their above-mentioned argument for the world's beginninglessness, they answered it in several ways. One of them is to say the everlasting continuation of temporal events is either impossible or possible. If it is impossible, their doctrine is void, and it becomes known that temporal events have a beginning. And if it is possible, then it becomes possible that these spheres are originated, preceded by events before them, as the messengers have informed. For God, exalted is He, has informed that He created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and His throne was upon the waters. 11:7. On either assumption, the world's beginninglessness does not follow. And know that they have no sound proof whatsoever for the world's beginninglessness. Rather, the utmost they can claim is that the agent's act must be perpetual. So one may posit that his act is, by his essence, perpetual, one thing after another, thereby nullifying their doctrine. And one may posit that every effect is originated, preceded by another originated effect, thereby nullifying their doctrine. The second aspect is to say, this very thing nullifies your claim that if the influencer's effect may be delayed after him, then the world's coming to be becomes possible, and the act's delay after the agent becomes possible. But if the effect must not be delayed, then either temporal events must not exist, or they must be pre-eternal, or they must occur without an originator, and all of that is false. Thus it becomes known that their claim of an influencer whose effect does not lag behind him is false. The third aspect is to say, preferring one of the two sides of the possible over the other is either itself possible or not. If it is possible, then the world's delay is possible, and the agent who has power and choice gives preference to its coming to be without a determinant. And if it is said the agent cannot do that, then it is impossible that one who necessitates by his essence should give preference to anything over anything without a determinant. And it is known that the world has a specific measure, specific attributes, and successive temporal events, all of which are possible. Thus, preferring them over other possibilities cannot be explained by a mere absolute, simple existence whose relation to all possibilities is one and the same. The fourth aspect is to say, the pre-eternal either admits the subsistence of temporal events within it, or it does not. If it does not, then their claim about the beginningless world that temporal events subsist within is void, since temporal events do subsist in it, and temporal events subsist in the spheres. And if it does admit that temporal events subsist within it, then it becomes possible that within the pre-eternal self-necessary being, temporal events without end subsist, and that among them there be what is a condition for the world's coming to be, just as they say that the motions of the spheres are a condition for the coming to be of the lower events. The fifth aspect is to say the basis of their argument is the impossibility of preferring without a complete determinant, and the impossibility of infinite regress, while they themselves affirm both. They affirm an infinite regress of events, and they affirm that events occurred without a complete determinant. If they say, we were only replying to one who affirmed a self stripped of act and then said it acted after not having acted, it is said, this is the view of some groups among the people of theology. It is not a view explicitly transmitted from the prophets, not in the Torah, not in the Gospel, and not in the Qur'an. Nor does the invalidity of that view entail the world's beginninglessness or contradict what the messengers have conveyed. Rather, we say, if that view were possible, your refutation of it would be void, and if it were impossible, it still would not entail the perpetuity of the agent's act, nor the pre-eternity of these spheres, nor the pre-eternity of any particular possible thing. The sixth aspect is to say, your doctrine is even more impossible than that doctrine. For those people ascribed all events to the pre-eternal, timeless agent, and said, he acted after not having acted. Thus they affirmed for events an agent, though they did not affirm a temporal cause. But you made events occur without any agent at all. For the pre-eternal, self-necessary agent, in your view, must be accompanied by his effect, which is his necessitated outcome, and cannot lag behind him. Thus nothing can occur from him. Hence these events did not occur from him. Your doctrine, then, entails that events have no originator. This is a greater corruption than the doctrine of one who affirmed for them an originator who brought them about without a temporal cause. The seventh aspect is to say, everything you mention as a doubt against denying the coming to be of this world binds you similarly in the coming to be of every temporal event, such as your saying that the agent must have an accident, and your saying that if the influence were pre-eternal, the effect must be pre-eternal, and the like. The deception is only that you began to argue for the pre-eternity of the spheres, or the materials of the spheres, with arguments that do not entail that at all. Rather, they either entail the impossibility of denying act and events altogether, so their corruption is known by necessity and by agreement, or they entail that every temporal event is preceded by another temporal event. And this does not prove the pre-eternity of this world. Rather, it proves that the Lord has never ceased to be an agent, either with acts subsisting in himself, or with separate effects that occur one after another. And neither of these establishes the soundness of your doctrine. Rather, each contradicts it. At most, you can invalidate the doctrine of some of the theologians, or their proof. Yet there is nothing in this that validates your doctrine, nor that nullifies what the messengers, God's blessings be upon them all, have conveyed. These matters are expanded elsewhere. We only pointed to them here because they are the foundation of these people's doctrine. Those who claim that the splitting and rending of the heavens is of the kind of psychic powers, and that miracles are psychic powers, until they make them the cause of the signs God brought about for his prophets. Yet alongside this, they still magnify the prophets, obligate obedience to their laws, and command, and some of them say, they laid down for people a law of justice by which people live in this world. Thus, in what they say of the prophets' attributes, they believe in some of the book and deny some. They affirm some of the attributes they ascribe to the prophets, as God has informed. They affirm some of the excellencies God gave the prophets, God's blessings and peace be upon them, and deny some. Now, What they liken to the prophets may occur to the righteous learned man. The inner addresses and unveilings they ascribe to the prophets occur to many among the righteous common folk. And what they have affirmed of truth is indeed truth, yet they have often denied other truths. Thus we say what they describe the prophets with, namely that they have distinctive gifts in knowledge, power, hearing, and sight by which they excel. This is true. But their claim that the ultimate boundary of the prophet's distinctive gifts is what they have mentioned is false. We do not deny that God singles out the prophet with a sanctified power by which he knows what others do not know. Nor do we deny what God brings about for him, whether in wakefulness or in sleep, of truthful matters that correspond to realities. Nor do we deny that God may place in souls powers that bring about some influence in existence. In this chapter, people have two views. The early generations and the jurists and the majority say God has placed within concrete things powers and natures through which effects occur, just as he placed heating in fire and cooling in water and the like. A group among the theologians deny all of this and say, there are in things no powers or natures that are causes of effects. Rather, God creates things at them, not by them. And they say, there is in concrete things no power by which it is distinguished from another, neither in bread a power by which it differs from drink, nor in water a power by which it differs from vinegar. Rather, God creates satiety and quenching at that time, not by it. But God, exalted is he, creates satiety and quenching through that. This doctrine is weak, contrary to revelation and reason. For God, exalted is he, says, and whatever God sends down from the sky of water, giving life thereby to the earth after its death. 2:164. And he says, and therewith we bring forth fruits of every kind. 7:57. And he says, and we send down water from the sky, and thereby cause gardens of joyous beauty to grow. 27:60. And there are many like this in the book and the Sunnah, as has been expanded in its proper place. What is intended here is that souls, or other than souls among created things, may have powers and natures whereby some effects occur. This is not denied by revelation or by reason. But the claimants claim that the miracles of our prophet or of other prophets belong to this category is a tremendous slander. Those who say this saw that some extraordinary events can be explained through ordinary natural causes, and so they did it. Then their ignorance drove them to imagine that everything extraordinary is of that kind. Thus they began to explain extraordinary events that lie beyond the natural law as they imagined it. For example, some people remain for a time without eating or drinking, and a group among people may remain a month or two without eating. Ibn Sina took this up and said in his Pointers, if you are told that a Noah remains for a period without eating or drinking, do not hasten to deny it, for within nature there are astonishing things. And he explained this by saying, if a sick man's digestion is occupied with repelling the illness, food remains stored for a time during which he neither eats nor drinks. And likewise, the knower, if his soul is absorbed in its gnosis, the digestive faculties are drawn to it, and he does not digest food. What he said here, and what resembles it, is not false. People know that when the soul is preoccupied with great joy, or great anger, or an immense concern, it may become preoccupied away from eating and drinking with its causes. But this and its like is not among the miracles of prophets, nor among what the saints are singled out for. For this reason, what they mention of influence is, with them, restricted by the customary natural law. Thus, they do not imagine that an influencer can act within matter except in what is receptive to it. They might say air is receptive, and because it can transform into water, it is possible for the influencer to influence it so that air becomes water and rain falls. But it is known that the miracles of prophets lie beyond the natural patterns. An example is the staff turning into a serpent, and then the serpent swallowing what the sorcerers produced. This lies outside the powers of the soul and of nature. For wood cannot become an animal at all, nor can the natural powers become a staff. Rather, this is not achieved by the powers of the soul, nor by sorcery, nor by anything else. The sorcerer's utmost is to manipulate accidents in such a way that illness, killing, and the like may occur, things other human beings can also do. A man can strike another until he makes him ill or kills him. So the sorcerer, the soothsayer, and others like them manipulate through powers of the soul. They do in separated things what the capable person does in connected things, acts that are among the known, measurable deeds of servants. But transforming concrete things into what their natures do not allow, such as turning wood into a sensing animal that moves by will and swallows what it meets and does not change. This is not of the kind of what is within human power, neither ordinary nor rare, and it is not achieved by the powers of the soul at all. That is why the sorcerers, when they saw it, knew it lay outside the way of magic. So the sorcerers were thrown down in prostration. They said, "We believe in the Lord of all the worlds, the Lord of Moses and Aaron." 26:46-48. This extraordinary event, by which the Maker was affirmed and the prophethood of his prophets was affirmed, entails necessary knowledge in such a circumstance that it is from the capable one who acts by choice, sent to confirm Moses and make manifest his superiority over sorcery. As God, exalted is he, says, "And Moses became inwardly afraid. We said, 'Do not fear, you shall indeed be the uppermost. Cast down what is in your right hand, it will swallow what they have contrived. All they have contrived is but a sorcerer's trick, and the sorcerer shall not prosper wherever he may come." 20:67-69. And likewise, bringing forth Salih's she-camel from the rock is beyond the powers of souls and anything else. Therefore, the leading philosophers denied these miracles, and perhaps they made up examples for them, saying, "What Moses brought was the staff of knowledge, so the mountains of ignorance and obstinacy swallowed them, as the courageous man overcomes the fearful by his might," and the like. These are interpretations of the Karmatians, known by necessity to be false, contradicting what is transmitted by uninterrupted transmission, and contradicting what Muslims and Jews agree upon. The Christians, and those who transmit these miracles, are to be viewed likewise. And the sun's standing still for Joshua ibn Nun, and the splitting of the moon for our prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, are, in their view, impossibilities that cannot be produced by a power of soul. And they have no other way out, since the celestial sphere is always moving. Yet these miracles are known beyond doubt. The splitting of the moon was reported by God in the Qur'an. The hour has drawn near, and the moon has split. 54.1. And the reports about it have come through uninterrupted transmission, as in the two Sahahs and elsewhere from Ibn Mas'ud, Anas, Ibn Abbas and others. And the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, used to recite this surah in the two Eids and the general Friday prayer, so the believer, the hypocrite, and the one in whose heart is a disease would hear it. And it is known that had this not occurred, though it was claimed, then either it would have been among his purposes that people affirm his prophethood and believe what he brought, Yet he would not have continued to tell them something they know to be false, for this would drive them away, require them to accuse him of lying, and make them not believe him. And secondly, the believers would have been asking him about the least doubt. It is known that this occurred in the Qur'an, even to the point that his wives questioned him. Thus, Aisha objected to his saying concerning the reckoning, and mentioned God's saying, "Then he shall be called to account with an easy reckoning." 84:8, until he said to her, "That is the presentation." And she objected to his saying, "No one who gave the pledge beneath the tree will enter the fire." And she mentioned God's saying, "And there is none of you but will pass through it." 1971, until he answered her by reciting, "Then we shall save those who were conscious of us." 1972. And Umar objected to his reciting, "You shall most certainly enter the inviolable mosque if God so wills in security." 48:27, in the year of Al-Hudaybiyah, when the polytheists turned them back that year, until Abu Bakr said to him, as the Prophet had said, "Did I tell you that you would enter it this year?" He said, "No." He said, "Then you will enter it and circumambulate it." Thus, if the Prophet was reciting every year in the greatest assemblies a surah whose opening says, "The hour has drawn near and the moon has split," 54:1, while this had not occurred, this would be the most manifest falsehood. The believers would have asked him about it, and the disbelievers would have used it as an argument against him. So it becomes clear that their claim that such things belong to the powers of the soul is false. It is therefore necessary for the seeker of truth to know that miracles are among God's acts, brought about by his will and power as signs for his messengers. They are not merely psychic forces. And this returns us to what we were discussing, that what comes to be, if it is called an effect, must have the complete cause present at the time of its occurrence. And if the cause is pre-eternal, while its influence is dependent on conditions, then those conditions must be realized at the moment the effect occurs. It is not enough that they were present before it occurred, as they claim. For the complete cause must accompany its effect, and the effect must accompany it. Thus the effect cannot exist except with the complete cause, with all its parts. If any of its conditions were absent, the cause would precede the effect, and the effect would lag behind it, and that is impossible in a complete cause. Likewise, the capable agent must have his power, his will, and all that is taken into account in his act present at the moment the originated thing comes to be. These are two aspects. As for their above-mentioned argument for the world's beginninglessness, they answered it from several angles. One is that the everlasting continuation of events is either impossible or possible. If it is impossible, their doctrine is void, and events have a beginning. If it is possible, then it is possible that these spheres are originated, preceded by events, as the messengers have informed. For God has said, He created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and His throne was upon the waters. 11:7. Thus, on either assumption, the world's beginninglessness does not follow. Know that they have no sound proof at all for the world's beginninglessness. The utmost they can claim is the necessity of the agent's perpetual act. So one may posit that the act is perpetual by his essence, one thing after another, thereby nullifying their doctrine. And one may posit that every effect is originated and preceded by another originated effect, thereby nullifying their doctrine. The second aspect is to say, this itself nullifies your claim that if the influencer's effect may be delayed after him, then the world's coming to be is possible. But if his effect may not be delayed, then either events do not exist, or they are pre-eternal, or they occur without an originator, and all is false. Hence, their claim of an influencer whose effect does not lag behind him is false. The third aspect is to say, preferring one side of the possible over the other is either possible or not. If it is possible, the world's delay is possible, and the agent acting by choice gives preference to its coming to be without a determinant. If it is not possible, then one who necessitates by his essence cannot give preference without a determinant. Yet the world has a specific measure and successive events, all possible, and giving preference to them cannot be by mere absolute simplicity, whose relation to all possibilities is one. The fourth aspect is to say, the pre-eternal either admits events subsisting in it or not. If not, then their claim about the pre-eternal world in which events subsist is void, since events subsist in the spheres. If yes, then events without end may subsist in the pre-eternal self-necessary being, and among them could be conditions for the world's coming to be, just as they claim regarding the motions of the spheres and the lower events. The fifth aspect is to say, their argument is built on denying preference without a complete determinant and denying infinite regress, while they affirm both. They affirm an infinite series of events and affirm events occurring without a complete determinant. Their reply against those who say, "He acted after not acting," does not validate their doctrine, nor does it nullify what the messengers conveyed. The sixth aspect is to say, their doctrine is worse, for it entails that events have no originator, whereas others at least affirmed an originator. The seventh aspect is to say, the doubts they raise against the coming to be of the world bind them equally against the coming to be of every event. Their arguments at most imply either the impossibility of denying events altogether, or that every event is preceded by another. Neither proves the pre-eternity of this world. Rather, it indicates that the Lord has never ceased to act, either by acts subsisting in himself, or by effects occurring one after another, and both contradict their doctrine. At most, they can invalidate some theologian's argument. They cannot validate their own doctrine, nor nullify what the messengers conveyed. These matters have been expanded elsewhere. We only pointed to them here because they are the foundation of the discourse of those who claim that the splitting of the heavens is of the kind of psychic powers, and that miracles are psychic forces, until they make them the cause of what God brought about as the signs of the prophets, though they still magnify the prophets, obligate obedience to their laws, and command. And they say, the prophets laid down for people a law of justice by which people live in this world. Hence, in what they report about the prophets, they believe in some and deny some. They affirm some of the prophets' attributes and deny some. They affirm some of the virtues God gave them and deny some. What they liken to the prophets may occur to a righteous, learned man, and the inner addresses and unveilings they ascribe to the prophets occur to many among the righteous common folk. What they have affirmed of truth is truth, but they have also denied truths. Thus we say, what they affirm of the prophets' distinctive gifts in knowledge, power, hearing, and sight is true. But their claim that the prophets' distinctive gifts end where they say is false. We do not deny that God singles out the prophet with a sanctified power by which he knows what others do not know. Nor do we deny true matters God may show him in wakefulness or in sleep. Nor do we deny that God may place within souls powers that bring about some influence in existence. People have two doctrines here. The early generations, The jurists and the majority say, God has placed in concrete things powers and natures by which effects occur, just as he placed heating in fire and cooling in water. A group among the theologians deny this, claiming that God creates things at causes, not by causes, and that there are in things no powers distinguishing them from others. They claim there is no distinctive power in bread separating it from drink, nor in water separating it from vinegar. Rather, God creates satiety and quenching at that time, not through it. This is a weak doctrine, contrary to revelation and reason. For God says, "And whatever God sends down from the sky of water, giving life thereby to the earth after its death." 2:164. And he says, "And therewith we bring forth fruits of every kind." 7:57. And he says, "And we send down water from the sky, and thereby cause gardens of joyous beauty to grow." 27:60. And like this, there is much in the book and the Sunnah, as has been expanded in its proper place.